Hello, everyone, and welcome to round number six. Round number six, seven, eight, nine. No, round number five. Which round are we on? I'm gonna need some help here. Oh my goodness. It is round number six. So sorry.
Yeah,
Round number
well,
six, yes, of the ALMATY Open. And I'm here with International Master Piotr Nguyen. How are you doing?
I'm good. Yeah, thanks you for the intro, and I'm really happy to join and yeah to commentate on this event. I haven't been playing myself for some time, and yeah, it's good to see some action on the chessboard. So yeah, especially this tournament seems to be very strong. So many grandmasters. So yeah, a lot of fun ahead of us.
Yeah, do you find that commentating makes you miss the board even more?
Yeah, surely. Like when I play tournaments, I often suffer, maybe because of too high expectations. But okay, that's life. But yeah, when I commentate, then I miss playing more.
I completely understand that. Would you like to take a look at the pairings for today? Let's take a look.
Yes, let's have a look. So as I mentioned, the tournament is very strong. There are a lot of grandmasters, and I saw that the main group is, um, according to the regulations, you need to have rating above 2400. So it's
It's
super
tough.
strong.
Yes.
And on the first board, we will certainly be looking at this board a lot. We have an encounter, Grandmaster Amin Bassem from Egypt against Grandmaster Aditya Mittal from India.
Yeah, and on board two, there's also Ayush Sharma, who's been playing really well recently. I mean, we looked at the last five rounds, and his only loss was against Amin Basim. So he has four victories. It's incredible.
Yeah, and his performance, as I was looking, is like 2800.
Oh
So
my
even
gosh.
though, yeah, he is currently only international master, yeah, he's going for it. A lot of chances to get the grandmaster norm. So
Yeah,
a lot to play.
I was chatting to Mitraba yesterday, who is my co-commentator, and we were talking about whether Ayush Sharma has any Grandmaster norms. And it's crazy how they don't actually display this on FIDE. They don't show how many norms someone actually has. So it could
Oh,
be, yeah, it could be some sort of secret journey that you go on if you go from like untitled to Grandmaster. There isn't any public information about these things unless you post it online. But yeah, he's playing against Alexei Grebnev. Do you know any of the players personally?
on these top boards, I think I don't, unfortunately. Even though I know a lot of players, but yeah, I probably don't. Yeah, I don't know.
That's okay. But we can take a look just at the top five pairings. There's Maxim Tsaruk on 3.5 points playing against Aram Akobian. Board four, Maxim Matlakov versus Sapar Mirat. Yeah, my pronunciation's quite bad. Do you know how to pronounce board four Black's name?
Um, I Yeah, it's I think Atabayev Saparmirat. It's not sure if my pronunciation is right too.
I
Mm.
trust you right there. Honestly, it's 10 times better than mine. And on board five, Naranyan versus Rohit Krishna, which is an all Indian matchup over there. So these games are going to be super, super interesting. And I also don't want to miss out on the first couple of moves of this round.
Yeah, especially those who are with cameras and so on. I think the first moves are the most interesting to catch up because then people are quickly moving in the when we are talking about classical games. Then sometimes we need to wait for half an hour or or more for one move. It happens, yeah. So
That's true.
let's jump in. Um,
Yeah, obviously a professional streamer right here trying to get the actual round. This is chess results, of course, as you can probably tell. There we go. Oh my gosh. Do you stream yourself?
I was mainly streaming in Polish.
Okay.
Um, yeah, I had my like website InfoShach. It's almost 10 years old,
Goodness me.
and
And
it's
how do
bringing
you
some
say,
chess news.
yeah, chess
Yeah,
news?
yes, yes. And okay, I was also doing some chess videos and so on. So yeah, I was streaming, but some years ago.
How do you say
Okay.
hello in Polish, just by the way?
Oh, could be cześć,
Could you say that again?
cześć. Yeah, cześć
Cześć?
is like hi. I mean, like good morning would be dzień dobry, it more formal way. But like hi, cześć.
Okay. Wow. Dobre is very Slavic, no? It reminds me of Dobre rano,
Yeah, yeah,
which,
because dobry it's good. So good morning, and so
oh, amazing. Okay.
dzień is a day. So like it's good day. Like okay, so let's see. We have a Sicilian, and okay, knight of 3, knight c6. The question: if we are going to see the open Sicilian or the Rosolimo with bishop b5. I feel like on the top level, grandmasters just don't want to play the open Sicilian if there is the knight on c6, not to enter the Sveshnikov.
What do you play? Do you usually play e4 or d4?
I actually, as white, I try to play everything,
Okay.
although, and my favorite one is one f4. Actually, I played more than 100 classical games with this.
I can see why you're a content creator, because probably every single game is fun to watch if you're playing f4 and move one. Do you try to achieve some sort of bird opening?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I played this against some known grandmasters like Alexander Halifman, Alexei Shirov, and I didn't lose those games.
You didn't? So you had a lot of success with one f4?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So
Wow.
F4 is my like favorite move, although of course objectively I have to admit it's not as good as others move, but okay, who cares?
Incredible. So if anybody wants to learn f4, they should take a look at your games. And you have some courses with f4 as well?
Not yet. Actually, I wanted to release a chess book, and I have an agreement, kind of. It's not like a very official agreement, but they told me that they will publish my book if I become grandmaster.
Oh my
But this
gosh.
conversation was like 10 years ago. So at that time, I felt, okay, I will make it. But uh,
That seems like a good deal, not gonna lie. I mean, also, we don't count the COVID years, so maybe it's like 7 years ago, which is even less. What is your peak
yeah,
rating? I wanted to do like a
well,
bit of
it
research.
was 2453
Oh,
and it was 2017. So at that
2017.
time, I kind of felt like I have a strength to become a grandmaster.
Yeah,
But now, okay, I don't have that much time for chess. So
never say
it's
never.
problematic.
Piotr,
Yeah.
never say never.
Yeah. So we have some more moves. So indeed,
Yes.
as I expected, it's Rosalimo. So Amin is spending some minutes. I'm always wondering why players are even though even though I do it sometimes myself, are taking time like at this stage. Like this is this is kind of position I mean must have seen like many times.
Hmm.
Not sure if he expected exact this opening on this day, but still, he's like spending 5 minutes. Of course, taking into account he has 1.5 hour, it's not much. But then again, when he will be in time travel, those 5 minutes could be critical. So, like, why is he thinking? And I'm sure a lot of spectators also are thinking this way. Like, what he's thinking, what
Yeah, and
he's
this
doing.
this is one of the nice things about having cameras, right? Like setting up a camera and you can see live like what's going on, what the player's thinking about, whether he's actually at the board, because it could be that he's not there, grabbing a
Yeah,
beverage or something like that. But yeah, I mean, we've seen in the past games of this tournament that, and just in his career as well, he's played quite a number of King's Indian games. And maybe this is something that he was considering himself. I mean, now that the bishop is on b5 instead of g2, he has to sort of shift this like frame of mind as well. That maybe he's just trying to recollect or recall some of the theory in the Sicilian. But I'm surprised that he's not going for like a King's Indian setup once again. Maybe he wanted to shake things up. And do you find that if someone is playing one opening over and over again or just doesn't really change their repertoire, it's easy to prepare against them?
yeah, surely, and especially nowadays. Like maybe many years ago, it was more possible. It was not like 30 years ago. It was not easy to find games of some players. Like you had to during the tournament, you had to buy some paper. I don't know how it's
Yes.
called in English, but it's like bulletin. It's like you just had, had to had a lot of paper and
Yeah.
go through it, and sometimes you could play some games, and after half of the year, and many people still didn't know that you played this and that line. Nowadays, as we can see, we know it immediately, or maybe with a 15 minutes delay. But okay, overall, uh, when people prepare against each other, they have all the data up to date. Also using Lichess database and yeah, Lichess broadcast. So mm,
Mm.
it's I don't think it's a good recommendation to play same opening over and over. That's one thing, and from practical perspective, but also if you want to become stronger player, I think you're missing on a lot of interesting structures if you just stick to the same opening. But then again, yeah, some players like find their own way, and there are a few players like, for example, I mean, who played this kind of King's Indian setup a lot, and okay, he reached a very high level, much higher than yeah a lot of other people who are saying what to do and what not to do.
Exactly, and he's the only African player to ever cross that 2700 rating, milestone. So big ups to him to, show that even players from a continent like Africa who don't have incredibly strong high level players, but still strong players, that anything is possible. But I really like what you mentioned there in the past, like in 30 years ago, people had to rely on actual physical paper for preparation. And what I remember is I had a friend who was a local, and he's been playing chess for what, 50 years or something like that, has a whole collection and directory of games played by locals that he had to collect over time.
Mm,
And this is what like sort of served as preparatory material so that he could be ready for tournaments and so on. But I think I know what you're talking about. Something like telegrams. It was sent through the mail or posts and so on, as like a record of certain tournaments that happened and the notation that came along with it,
yeah,
which
yeah.
is quite
Even
incredible.
during the tournament, you could buy what happened in round one, round two, and so on. Like
Really?
yes,
Wow.
yes.
That's incredible. Like a
I
recap almost.
Yeah, when I started playing chess, I was doing this like because I started in the year 2000. I was 9 year old at that time, so was okay. Didn't start that early as some known grandmasters, but still okay. I was little, and that like national championship and so on. I could buy the games of my opponents. Okay, let's
Whoa.
just quickly see
Yeah,
what
sure.
is happening on the board. Mm, I think like let's move here. Why I was thinking like because there was a choice. Okay, I still don't know why exactly he was thinking, but there was a choice. Like you can castle and try to play for c3 d4, or you can take here on c6, and then after bc or dc, this structure is kind of ruined, especially black's bishop on c8. It looks ugly. We can even say
Mm,
this. Like it is kind of bad, but it you have a feeling that it's just not active, and it will not be easy to activate. At the same time, yeah, the game goes on, and two bishops could be at some point relevant. The game can open up, and so it's a choice. It's a stylistic choice. So here. I mean, chose to castle, but then comes knight to e7. So if you take on c6, you just exchange bishop for the knight
mm.
just for free. mm, Like this structure wouldn't be ruined. So white goes rook e1, and yeah, thinking about this c3 and d4, taking the center. Yeah.
So you think this is why he spends so much time? Because if he didn't take the knight immediately, knight ge7 would have just backed up the c6 knight. And so that was the decision he had to make. Keep the bishop or retreat the bishop to f1.
Yeah, exactly. So here it's a totally different game. So that was the stylistic choice, and usually it's better to make this choice at home, not to spend those,
Oh,
minutes over the board. Although, of course, that's so easy to criticize by players. I can I can be honest that one of my weakness is that I'm having a lot of time troubles. So,
oh,
so yeah,
okay. I was gonna
yeah,
ask, do you
maybe
play fast or do you
yeah.
manage your time well? Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe that's why I'm putting attention to this and now criticizing players a little bit. But yeah, this is the thing that maybe if I just played faster, maybe then I would have become grandmaster. Just a small thing can change really a lot. This is also like painful about chess, that sometimes you feel like you understand so much and so on, but then you play games, you have a good positions, you have everything under control, and then something happens, you
Yeah.
lose.
I completely relate to that. So after some time, I mean, you were focused on trying to get your title and so on, but after a couple years, you're able to see the bigger picture and sort of see, okay, this is what went wrong, this is like how I could have improved and so on. So do you think that you've owed it to maybe your time management only? That maybe that's the reason why? Um, or what would you say was like your biggest weakness when it came to playing?
I think that was my biggest weakness, but of course not the only one. I think I had also a lot of problems with prophylaxis, or like thinking about opponents' ideas. That's also very common, because it's so easy to focus on your own things. And if everything goes well, then maybe the prophylaxis was not that important. But of course, if you play strong players, then not putting enough attention to their ideas is just can cost you a lot. So there are also some other things, like it's also very common that if I made one mistake, it was more likely that I make another. Mm, Also, a lot of it's related to psychology, right?
Hmm, that makes sense. A lot of sense. But still a lot of games in this database, and I was thinking just of ways in which, White could still, maintain control in the center. But I'm assuming this is just basic theory, right? Taking, and then d4 or something along
Yes, we
those
can
lines.
we can maybe put it on the board
Yeah,
later.
let's go ahead.
ED probably after ed and then d4, white could be somewhat better because black will get the isolated pawn, and then it's also not so clear how to develop this bishop. Like if the bishop was on d6, that would be totally fine. But the way it is, I think white would be a bit better. Um, so after ed, I think knight takes d5 is the way to go.
So
Um,
then
and
taking like this,
yeah, and
maybe
mhm.
bishop e6.
Oh, I need to. Okay, yeah,
Oh, sorry. Are we on the same page?
yeah.
Oh dear.
Now we are. Yeah,
Okay,
I had
great.
to click yes. Yeah, but I was mentioning that after ed d4, white would be slightly better because there will be a isolated pawn. Yeah, like this could be, but I think white is slightly for choice here.
Mm.
Um, but after ed, I think black would take with the knight. This is what I think.
Okay, so instead of taking with the pawn here, black would take with the knight on d4.
No, no, after e takes d5 at that stage.
Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't
Yeah,
even see that coming. Okay.
yeah. So now, as you can see, the bishop on f8 is free to go. Yeah.
Right.
So
Bishop is protecting the pawn and also bishop too. But how would white continue here? You think still d4? Right, d4
yes,
was played.
yes, you still have to open the game somehow, yeah, and take on d4. Um, and then you can try to push the pawns on the queen side, like to play c4. Um, let's put it on the board like c4, knight f6, maybe knight c3, and then maybe b3, bishop b2, something like this. Like to have those three pawns against those two, having some extra space. And actually, that's probably the most common structure, which I think didn't receive enough attention in the books. We heard a lot about isolated pawn and so on. But actually, I think the most popular
Mm,
structure, 3+3 against 4+2. It can
right.
come from so many openings. And the big question is it better to have 3+3 or 4 versus 2? It's it's a big question.
Yeah, indeed. And I mean, this is very important as well with like majority attack ideas and so on. But the moment that someone's going to put it in a book or chat about it in a course, then maybe people will be going into that more willingly because, the absence of seeing these structures in top games is that maybe you're having to calculate a lot over the board. But if it becomes popular, then it'll be played more. But here, knight b4. Interesting.
Hmm. Yeah, so black is inviting white to take on c6 because it's very difficult to kind of keep keep this. So knight c6, I think this is what we should expect, and then queen d1, rook d1,
You think knight
and
c2 here? Is it brave?
yeah, knight c2 is not working.
Because of
Yeah,
mate, right? Uh-huh,
yes,
uh-huh, uh-huh,
yes.
uh-huh. Just
So
testing
then,
chat, seeing if chat's awake.
yeah, then taking back on c6 with a knight or with the with actually with the pawn. I can see it was played a lot in the Lichess database. B takes c6. Um, the idea is that although these pawns are not looking so good, well, there is this annoying threat of knight c2. So white,
Right.
yeah, okay. So
This is on the
in the game,
board. Wow.
yeah,
Because
it's
as you were
happening.
mentioning about bc6 though, um, white would have to make some sort of concession, right? Either knight a3 or bishop d3, I'm
Yes,
assuming.
that's right. Yes, yes.
What would you
I
play
think
here?
knight a3. I think knight a3 because okay, the knight on a3 would not be okay, great, but not terrible either. And you don't want to trade your lovely bishop on f1. This bishop can be a monster. Like it can be flanked out or just put on f3. Like put it on the long diagonal, and this bishop will be just a very good piece. so you don't want to make this trade. So knight a3, I think. Okay, and we have it on the board, like b takes c6. So you see, like black did not spend uh, like anything, like making the moves immediately. Amin spent 15 minutes. Okay, it's not that much, but especially at this stage, we cannot talk about time travel, especially the position will be kind of simplified, but we can be sure that black was aiming for this position. While I'm not sure about Amin, if this is what he wanted, if this is something he analyzed further, not sure.
Hmm. I mean, an hour 35 is very impressive and says a lot more than words could ever say. I mean, he is well prepared. Aditya Mittal is coming in hot here. Wow. But shall we take a look at the next board? Board number
Yeah,
two.
let's see. Just maybe I can tell that. Yeah, even though black was very well prepared here, it's we cannot say that black caught white into the preparation because the position we have here probably black believes that it's fine, but it would be very difficult to win as black. Like black is just playing to equalize, and white's position is also like totally fine. So it's kind of the question whether white has slight edge or it's just equal.
Hmm. Okay,
Okay,
that
let's
makes
move on.
sense.
Yeah.
Okay, wow. Is it another Sicilian?
Mm, that's right. And what Sicilian was it? It was the Najdorf. Shall we go from the move one?
Let's do it. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so
Open
uh,
Sicilian.
yeah, so d6 it's either dragon or the Najdorf, but usually on the higher level it's the Najdorf. It's the Najdorf and the Sveshnikov are probably the best Sicilians are out there.
Oh, I'm
And
taking notes. I'm taking notes there. Very
And
cool.
this position, this is so funny that White has so many moves. Like, do you know how many like decent moves White has? I mean, at move 6.
Oh, before bishop d3?
Yes, yes. Like how many moves?
Oh my gosh. Okay,
Like,
just to mention to chat that like already in this position, 39,000 games in the
yeah,
just the master database alone. Incredible. Okay, so I'm gonna count how many moves
yeah, like decent
happened.
moves. Like,
Oh,
yeah.
decent moves. What are we considering decent here? Like,
Oh, okay. Like A4 is a decent move here. Carlson, I think, played this.
mm-hmm. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 different moves. Wow. Okay. I don't know if all of
Yeah,
them are decent though, because we have bishop e3, bishop g5, there's bishop
yeah. Bishop G5 is the
e2,
sharpest one.
mhm,
Yeah.
h3, bishop c4 has been played, f3, f4, rook g1, g3. So many things. Wow.
Yeah, and rook g1 I would call a decent move because the
Hmm?
idea is to put g4, so like a keres attack in the Scheveningen. So rook
Oh.
g1 is certainly a move, and there's some a4, a3. Maybe these are less serious, but knight b3. This is also known move, not the like top critical choice, but still surely a decent move. Actually, it was played a lot by Polish grandmaster Mateusz Bartel. He played this knight b3. Yeah, but this is crazy. So one thing, one reason why I didn't learn the Najdorf was that it's just too much theory. Even though this is a great opening. And actually, do you know from which country Najdorf comes from?
Ooh, can I guess? Najdorf? I'm gonna say Azerbaijan.
No,
Ah, okay, tell me.
you can guess by the fact why I'm asking the question.
Oh, from Poland?
Yes,
Oh my
yes,
gosh. Okay. So
yeah,
Najdorf was a person. Yes?
yes, yes,
Okay.
yeah. He had different names because he was born as oh, this is I forgot. maybe Moshe Najdorf, but then he changed to his name to Mieczysław Najdorf, which is like fully Polish name. And
Okay.
then he was a Miguel Najdorf because he moved to Argentina because that was,
Oh,
yeah, many
Spanish.
years ago, and there was a war, and yeah, so that's why he didn't, like, couldn't come back to Poland. Yeah, but there is a lot of stories about him. Like, uh, it was hard for him to send a message to his family that he wanted his family to know that he's alive in Argentina, and I think that was the reason why he wanted to make like a big simul exhibition to make it to the headlines so that it reaches Poland and his family knows that he's alive and stuff like this. So
It's so
it could be a
incredible.
good movie about him. And actually, Poland was very strong in chess, many years ago. And there was the Akiba Rubinstein, Najdorf. So all these guys were here. Yeah.
So that was the era. How did you learn about that information?
Oh, because we have actually the Najdorf Memorial in Poland, in
Mm.
Warsaw. So maybe that's that's why it's easier for me. But also this is like very nice stories for Poland. So
Yeah,
yeah, I
you
think a lot
gather
of
around the fire and you start telling these stories. Amazing.
yeah. So yeah, he invented this and popularized the Najdorf. Actually, there was one variation which was very famous because at one tournament, I don't know exactly if it was a what kind of tournament that was, but on three boards there were three players from Argentina and three Soviet players, and they reached the same position in the Niger variation.
Okay. On purpose, I'm assuming. Or is this before he created the whole night off?
No, I think it was already known as a Najdorf, but like Argentinian players analyzed some variations together with the Najdorf, and Soviet players analyzed it from the white side, how to
Mm.
break.
Incredible. Okay, so just to, I'm sure he approached the board smiling. He's like, "You guys are using my line. I love this."
Yeah. Okay, so let's see what happened in the game. Like Bishop d3 is not the sharpest choice, the top choice, but of course it's just a developing move. And then we had this e5, yeah, 92, Bishop e7. So that's all very standard. And yeah, as I understand, the idea in the Najdorf is that you don't put the knight on c6 yet, early on, because maybe it's not the best square for the knight. Because okay, surely that's not terrible square, but maybe there is a better one, and that's probably why Black played knight bd7 first,
Mm,
and a4 and knight c5. So from here, yeah, this is the thing, and that I think a lot of amateur players would have problems to understanding, like why not knight c6, because knight c6 felt so normal, like the knight is looking at a lot of squares and so on. But and I'm not saying it's a bad move, but sometimes you need to look if you can do something differently, like knight from c5 puts pressure on the pawn on e4, and also it can just take the bishop on d3 sometimes and just gain the bishop pair.
mhm.
Yeah,
It seems like
you
a
probably
very
don't
strong
rush
wishes.
with this, but you can do it. And b3, bishop d7 position looks already very nice for black. I think black totally equalized. The bishop, I guess, wants to go to c6. I think it would be also good on e6, but from c6 it wants to yeah, just hit the pawn on e4. Mm. And yeah, black doesn't have any problems because if we look at this position just from a static point of view, we could talk that, oh, the pawn on d6 um, looks ugly. But okay, it's so difficult for white to attack it. at this moment it's not even attacked once, and actually the pawn on e4 uh, can be attacked more easily. So and black also is preparing to move d5.
Yeah, that's it reminds me a lot of this line, especially with the knight on e2, where I'm probably just gonna play some really random moves here, but if in case of taking you know, bishop c6, knight to d5, rook c8, that this could in fact be a nice idea and something I've seen a lot. Putting the knight on c3, possibly even playing f4. I mean, now white has permanently stopped black from playing d5, and even in some cases, a crazy move like rook to a2, breaking the rook to f2, and so on that I've seen in the past. But I'm not sure if this is the kind of structure he's looking towards achieving. But knight g3
Oh,
instead was played.
I think white would be very happy to achieve the kind of position you put on the board, but black would not allow it. that's,
Oh,
that's I think that's the thing.
uh-huh.
Yeah.
I understand. But now, at least with knight g3, it opens up this door for knight to d5 to be played. Is this possible, though, knight e5 in this position?
Um, yeah, you can technically play it, but then at least black can take on d5 with the knight and put the bishop on d7, and then we have a different structure.
Hmm.
Like I would put the bishop to d7 because here, okay, we can show it on the board.
D7.
Bishop
Sure, sure, sure,
d5,
sure.
bishop h7, but bishop d7, and now the problem is that even though white has space on the queen side, um, black has space in the center and the king side, and black can move f5. So if black
Hmm.
goes f5,
But okay,
this
can white. Okay, this is a little bit cheeky, but can white play queen h5 in this position, g6, and then just, I'm not sure, bring the queen back? Okay, but knight could also take on d3 at any point, I suppose.
yes, yes, that's the problem. That
Hmm.
you don't have enough firepower with white to actually fight there,
Then you have to
and black
play
will
bishop f5.
oh, maybe that's. But then, okay, I think black will push for f5 anyway. Like it will be easy to like play g6 or something. Like uh, I'm afraid that white pieces will not be able to stop black from pushing those pawns. Like f5, f4, e4. Like this is just coming here. Yeah.
I completely understand. That is definitely something to worry about. Wow. So this would be more comfortable for black to play then.
Yes, yes,
Hmm.
yes. This is structure which comes very often from the Sveshnikov Sicilian.
Hmm. Without the pawn on d5, I'm assuming.
No, it can come because there is this hole on d5. White can jump to d5, then black can take on d5. So we get this exact structure
Hmm.
actually. Yeah.
I wonder what the best
So
move is after bishop to c6,
mm,
sorry.
mhm.
Oh, knight f5 is nice.
Yeah. So maybe black should not hurry with the bishop to c6 because that's knight f5 could be very annoying.
Hmm. Rook c8 was played in the live position then.
I think that's a good move. You just improve your pieces. There is something hanging on c3, so yeah,
True.
that's just a good move.
I'm trying to figure out a way that white could try to keep the bishop. Could you play something like bishop e2 or bishop c4? Well, probably not bishop e2 just because knight b3 might be played.
Yeah, also bishop on e2 is just very passive. So, but yeah, probably even runs into the tactics. So bishop c4, I think, is the move we should consider. Yeah, and then then maybe black will start regretting
Mm.
that bishop went to d7. Because after all, the bishop on c6, although it would put pressure on e4, white can easily play queen e2 or rook e1 or something like. And not let's not forget there was this knight f5 idea.
Mm, very
So
true. Yeah.
yeah, we have bishop b2 in the game, right? But let's just finish this bishop c4. But if black's bishop went to e6, um, then this would not be possible. So I think this bishop on e6 is more standard. And also, I don't know if you also have this kind of like, feeling, like just by looking, without any calculation, like knowledge of any certain lines, like the bishop feels like it belongs to this square.
Oh, the black bishop.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, the
Like
dogs believe that too, I think. Goodness me.
yeah. So I think the bishop should have stayed on e6. Yeah. But okay, in the game we have bishop b2, which is yeah certainly a normal move, developing. And now it's the question whether, because black can still go bishop e6 now, even losing a tempo, the bishop will be fine here. There is also a move g6 to stop any knight f5, and it's good to play g6 now because there are no bishop h6 lines. Yeah, so it's not like black is weakening the dark squares that much. So g6, I think I like it. Like like play g6 and ask questions to white. What are you doing?
Out loud?
It's I guess it's prohibited during the game, but but
Here.
in a certain way,
Play g6. What are you
yeah.
doing?
But but if it's not a tournament game, I think that's a good question to ask.
For trash talking purposes.
Yeah, for trash talk. Like, like play this and okay, what do you want? Like, but sometimes you can actually talk to the pieces during, like, also not out loud, but during
Oh,
the
not out
game.
loud. Okay. I've seen a few players whispering to their pieces during a game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's actually makes sense. Yeah, if you ask your pieces like what they want to do and
What do you
are you
want?
happy staying
What do you want?
like white can ask the knight on g3 after g6, like what are you doing on g3, like is there any square you can go to? I mean, you
And
cannot go to h5, you cannot go to f5, you
mm,
cannot go to e4, you don't want to really go to h1. So
yeah.
what are you doing on g3?
So the knight will just look up and be like, "You put me here, man." Yeah.
That's right. So
So we'll come back to this game and see what happens and if black actually plays g6 or not. Shall we take a look at board number 3?
yes, let's go.
Let's go. Okay.
Mhm,
Okay, I have to tell you something.
mhm.
I love the French defense. It is my
Mm.
go-to. I really enjoy playing it. Um, though the c5 line, I don't like it too much. I usually go for knight f6. But
Yeah,
what
because
do you
C5
play?
it's not so French, I would say, right?
Hmm.
But if you like the French, I guess you like the French structure, like the pawn on e5, right? And
Exactly.
then you're making white center to like become a weakness rather than a strength. So actually, the French defense was my favorite opening when I was a kid, but then it became most hated opening.
Oh.
I really hate the exchange variation. This is just kills all the fun.
Mm.
And because of this variation, I kind of stopped playing the French defense. So
Well, I mean, we spoke about this yesterday as well, but there's some really nice system against the French exchange that black could play with. The ideas of knight c6, bishop d6, sometimes bishop g4, knight e7, queen d7, long castles, f6, g5, that sort of stuff, which is exciting. But once white knows what to do against it, maybe it's not so fun anymore. Yeah.
yeah, White can even play h3 here. That was recommended. Yeah, after ed h3 was
H3,
recommended.
no.
That was recommended by Nikolaos Ntirlis.
And
I'm
what
not sure if
happens
that's
after bishop
pronunciation.
f5?
Um, I'm not sure exactly. But maybe then knight f3 or
Knight f3, bishop d6,
then
bishop
c4.
d3. Now I want to play
Then I
knight
think
e7.
c4. I would play
Oh,
c4 d6.
c4.
Yeah.
Okay, happy to see it. Happy to play it. And now, drum roll. Now we can play. This is a good question. What do you play?
Yeah, if you play c6, then maybe I have some ideas of queen b3.
Oh dear. Okay, knight
And
c6. Hard commit.
oh,
No, that doesn't work. Doesn't work at all. Um, I wouldn't know what to play here. Apparently, knight c6 is still a move
yeah,
because
but
of,
then knight c3, I guess.
and then
I
knight
would not take
b4.
f5 yet
Oh,
because
you
then
wouldn't
you have the
take knight
knight c3.
c3.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Then
now knight b4. Dun dun
now knight
dun.
b4. Okay, I don't have. Okay.
Apparently, just
So I
like
cannot do knight
c5.
c3. Okay, maybe
Yes.
c5 and bishop. I
Now
don't
it's a
know.
little annoying, I guess.
Mm.
Yeah, to deal with. All right, very interesting lines. I didn't expect c4 though. Okay, h3 and c4 just buzzkill moves, to be honest. I give up. All right, no more French then, I guess.
Yeah. Um, so knight d2, c5. Yes, then the structure is not related to the French as much as as the French players would love to, but it's a good position for black.
But more
White doesn't
often,
have,
yeah, go ahead,
hmm,
sorry.
like white doesn't have much here. Like I think players like Sergei Tivyakov, this kind of players can find something for white here, and they kind of outplay their opponents in this kind of structures. But normally, I would consider it just very very equal. Like it really requires some special skills to to show something as white.
But I feel like it's quite easy to go into this situation where black has an isolated queen's pawn and white just plays against that because right from the start it's a weakness and maybe black can try to push it or put a knight in front of the pawn or something like that. But other than that, I feel like maybe that's the angle that players like Tiviakov tackle. You have this weakness, trade off pieces, and boom, the isolated pawn is weak. Yeah,
Yeah. Hmm.
maybe.
But here, okay, let's just see a few more moves in this game
Sure.
because I think there were not non okay already G3. I think it's totally non-standard move because normally what you do you go bishop c4 right
Hmm.
in this position, bishop c4, and then there's a lot of fun because you can go queen d6, queen d7, or queen d8. Probably queen d6 and queen d7 are the best,
Hmm.
and then castle knight, and then white goes like, okay, black goes knight f6, white goes knight b3, and knight 6, white takes on d4,
Mm, knight
with the
bd4.
b
Mm-hmm.
knight, yeah, knight takes d4. Then of course, if white takes with the queen, it's nothing, so white takes with the knight on d4, then some queen c7 or a6 first, yeah, yeah, and queen c7.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
to hit the bishop on c4, bishop goes to b3 maybe, then bishop d6. There is actually like some very old line because there's knight f5, black castles, knight g7, and then I
What
think
in the
rook
world?
is the move found by Gulko, Boris Gulko,
What is
grandmaster.
happening here exactly?
Yeah, it's like something like this, if I'm not mistaken. Like,
Okay,
is it,
hang
or maybe I
on. No,
no,
I want to make it work
no,
though. Okay, queen
I,
d6.
I mean,
Okay, queen d6 and you're running a piece.
no, no, after that f5, we missed a move, like bishop h2
Hmm.
first. The bishop was
Oh,
hanging.
my
Bishop
bad.
h2 first,
All right. And
then
then
castle.
castles. And knight
Yes,
g7.
yes.
Uh,
Castle 7. Yes, indeed.
what
Yeah,
is
yeah. So that,
happening?
that was theoretical debate, like in the 90s or something, maybe.
Um,
I actually played game like this. There is a draw somewhere. Like I played like this like 20 years ago. It can be found in the database.
this is
But
blowing my mind. We have to find this game that you played Piotr. Let's look.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if can be found here. But basically, it should be in the some database. But the original game that I learned from was the Gulko's game,
Oh, wow.
Boris Gulko. Uh,
Oh, Gukov.
yeah, Boris Gulko. He wrote some nice chess books, Lessons with Grandmaster. Actually, I highly recommend those books. I don't know if you heard about them.
No, I haven't, but I'm definitely making a note of it. Could you tell me who wrote them again?
Like it's Lessons with Grandmaster, something like this, and there are free books.
Oh,
um, yeah, and I really like the format, and I'm really amazed that nobody came up with this format earlier, because it's a format that he's showing his games, but he is there with a student who is, I don't know, like maybe let's say 2000 rated player or something like this. But the student, I think he has a PhD in psychology, so he also asked some nice questions. Surely the student understands some things what Nimzovich wrote many years ago, so he has like strong basic knowledge. But then Gulko asked some questions, and the student replies in a very logical way, and very often those logical answers are not fully correct. And then the grandmaster explains like exactly
wow.
what he was thinking and why this seemingly logical answer is not that good.
Wow.
So I think you can really learn a lot. So
That is an
you
interesting take. Very different
yeah,
to normal chess books. I like that a
yes.
lot. Wow.
Yeah. So so here you have some recommendation. Actually, I have like more than 200 chess books at home. So
Oh my gosh, that's got to be like
yeah.
one of the biggest chess libraries. Um, yeah.
Oh no. I think there are much bigger ones, but then probably those who have bigger ones don't read those books actually.
Exactly. It's more of a hobby or a passion. You collect the books, but just for the
Yes.
sake of having them.
Yeah. And so I'm not a collector, even though I like to have them. But yeah, I actually read them. Maybe
Oh,
not all,
yeah.
but I did my best.
That is a flex. I mean, I can't speak for others, but definitely myself, I have quite a few books, but they're either in boxes somewhere in storage or on a shelf and haven't been touched. I mean, I don't know if you're able to see right next to me. We have some books over here, and that they don't move from that spot. Yeah,
Okay, and actually the game finished, so we can quickly see because
yeah.
the G3 move, mm, I haven't seen it, so probably it's just not a great one. I mean, like not a terrible move, but from White's perspective, if you want to fight for the advantage, it's just nothing. Because okay, the bishop on G2 looks very active, but after this Queen B5, White cannot castle,
Mm.
and yeah, it seems that and there was the repetition because it was very hard for White to find something,
Hmm.
because yeah, if you cannot castle, then what to do? And there is no reason for White to claim the advantage. Mm,
The other move that there's actually two games here in the database is bishop to b5. Yet he
mm,
decided to go for this repetition instead, and yeah, very very quick game, reserving their energy for the last 3 rounds.
mm,
200 is peanuts.
mm.
Polgar family has thousands and thousands in their home. Okay, well, I have less than 100, and I thought that was a lot still. Yeah. Do you have chat open?
Yeah, let me, like, I have YouTube open, and
Okay.
are I should also open some other chat, right?
At Twitch, we're on
Uh,
Twitch. Yes.
yeah, okay, I will also go there to
Yeah.
have it open.
So if you have
Yeah,
any
so
questions, chat for myself or Piotr, please don't hesitate to ask. And Piotr told me that it is the Polish way of saying Peter. Is that correct?
Yes, nice.
So we can call you Peter? No, no. Alrighty.
Yeah, okay, so I see the chat now. So
You're
yeah,
right.
I would be very happy to answer any questions. So yeah, that's nice. All right, so let's see some more games. So this one is finished. That's the problem sometimes with chess. That is it a spectator's game, right? Like if you see such a quick draw, then okay, here we have a lot of other games, so no worries. But sometimes if that would be just the only game, like the World Championship match, and people go to see the fight, and then after like half an hour or an hour it's just all over, then
Exactly.
spectators
That's,
must be mad.
yeah. No, no, very, very good point. That's what I was thinking about. I think there was some matches or something like that where there was very specific regulations, maybe specifically for the spectators who actually pay to be there, who will be watching online and so on, that you're not allowed to draw in either under an hour or under 30 moves. And I think the 30 move rule applies here, except the fact that there's this loophole of repeating moves. But yeah, maybe
Yeah, which
there's
just
a.
happens in this game.
It's happened in quite a few games this tournament already. Yeah, goodness.
Yeah,
So
that's
board
right.
number four.
But in some tournaments, like I think in Norway chess, if you make a draw, then you have to play Armageddon.
Oh, wait, what? Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah. So they are counting like if you win the classical game, I think you get 3 points if I'm correct, and if you
Mm.
win the Armageddon, you get 2 points, and the opponent gets one. So if it was a
Oh,
draw and then Armageddon, yeah. So I think the points are calculated this way. But at the same time, I'm not sure if that's great idea, because I think then a lot of players just make a draw and play the Armageddon.
yeah.
Like it's not easy to find a good solution, but for the like a match, I think okay, maybe it's also not practical, but this is what I thought. It would be good for the spectators. Like if it's a quick draw, then the players need to give a like big simul exhibition for all the spectators.
I like that. That's like, oh, okay, but it's like a punishment almost. It's like you're drawing to reserve your energy, and boom, you're stuck with like a 3 hours of walking around.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's it. But let's make spectators happy. Like
Exactly. No, but I like that idea of Armageddon because even if it is sort of a quick or very peaceful draw, we're always guaranteed some more action-packed results in the Armageddon because that's do or die. I mean, you either win or you lose. There's no in between there.
yeah.
Yeah, but shall we take a look at board number four between Maxim Matlakov and Saparmurat Atabeyev? Tried my best
Mm-hmm.
to improve on the pronunciation there. Um,
Let's see. Actually, Maxim Matlakov, I think he's the same age as me because I remember him playing like at the European Championships, like under 14,
oh wow, good memory.
20 years ago. Yeah. So we played in the same group. So yeah, let's see. So from the very beginning, e4, e5. So we had the Italian game,
Do love
and
Italian. What is your favorite against e4, like for black?
oh, the accelerated dragon.
Yeah, oh my gosh. Okay. So you like
It's even
attacking
hyper
chess.
accelerated dragon because I played the version with the early G6. So
Early
I think
G6.
it's the coolest name, first of all. Hyper accelerated dragon. I mean, I love it. Uh, but
Understood.
it's just a very simple opening, and it's just good one. So I really like it. And I also like to play kind of Pirk modern, like 1G6 or 1D6 G6, because player like me needs to win a lot as black. When I play
Hmm.
the open tournaments, like I'm too weak to play like super tournaments. So I need to play normal open tournaments where I just have to win a lot of games to not to lose even my rating.
Mm.
So as black, also it's my style, of course, because like don't take me literally. Like there are players who have just different style, but for me, I just want to like randomize the game, like to play something which can be called a little bit unsound, but I think there is more fun.
Mm-hmm.
So, but Italian, yeah, I like the opening, but I didn't play that many Italians, neither as white nor as black. So, but of course, that's the opening. I think everyone should be familiar with, at
Mm-hmm.
least to some extent, right?
At least you know that none of your games are boring, and chess is never boring, right? I mean, if you're playing a lot of different and unsound or dubious openings, then you're always going to have a little bit of fun. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, so let's see further. I think it was all theory, and the good and maybe the bad thing about the Italian is that you can play so many different things, and sometimes it doesn't change much. Sometimes it's a big nuance that it changes a lot. It's it's a tricky
Yep.
opening. But playing with the bishop e7,
Mm.
it's not the most common one. The bishop usually is on c5 in more active square. But bishop on e7 certainly it is a playable line. So
You see,
and also
there's quite a lot in these games here in this tournament, actually, that bishop e7 instead of bishop c5 has been played.
yeah, people are trying to find some more fresh ideas that could be like too boring if it's all the same all the time.
Hmm.
Um, yeah, so not much has happened right in this game. Like both sides are just developing. Um,
Yep.
and it's not easy to tell like who is better and why. Like uh, although like after c4 there is something to think about, right? Because there is a decision like you take on c4, you allow black to take on d3, or what you do. The knight on b1 is still not developed. There is this pawn on e6 which is kind of weak.
Yeah, I was even thinking about, and hear me out, but what about d4? Okay, what I've done and what I've seen that helps a lot is just feeding into my my love of giving
Mhm.
up pieces or sacrificing pieces because it's not our pieces, so it's okay. Like it's fine. You can always press the backspace button, but also not putting on the engine so that the engine can criticize you almost immediately. But d4. So the plan is that I want to play d5. Thoughts?
Mm. Yeah, you cannot take on d5, so knight b8 is forced.
Knight b8. I want to take, and then I want to play queen to
Yeah,
d5.
yeah, it is. Yeah, so maybe then knight f6, something like this, to just stop queen d5, and
Oh darn it.
then try to round up the pawn on e6, like
Hmm.
queen c8. Actually, queen c8 immediately instead of knight f6 is also maybe even better. Yeah, because
And
we just
then, oh right.
like instead of knight f6. Yeah, because if you
No,
go
knight
queen
f6.
d5, then I have knight f6. Yeah,
Yeah, because if knight
and I'm
f6,
just
immediately knight g5, maybe. Yeah.
yeah. Although still, it's not so clear what's really happening.
True. That's very true. Yeah. Okay, never mind. It was nice to look
Yeah.
at briefly.
Hmm. Yeah. So, but this idea is interesting. So maybe Black is actually thinking about this, right? I mean, white and black. I mean, both sides
Both of
because
them are thinking about it.
it's actually happening something because the first moves were okay, the slow Italian, so both sides are just making some logical moves, and but
Hmm.
what is happening? But here the action really starts, and here it's the time and the type of position where you can easily spend half an hour or more, and then kick yourself that why you were taking for so long
That's
because
true. Yeah.
um, yeah, it's a lot of choices. Like you can take on c4 and then knight takes e4, but then what? Like
Mm.
you cannot calculate till the end because yeah, it's just impossible. You have to evaluate. But then how would you evaluate this? Like, it's not a standard position. It's so difficult to say like what these doubled pawns are doing either
Mm,
from white side and the black side. So
that's
it's
true.
very, very difficult. Like,
Yeah, another thing I
um,
was thinking about actually here is just going for 92 because white is the only one to have not developed all the minor pieces yet. And then if black decides to take on d3, I was thinking about queen b1. Now, I'm
yeah,
not
it's
sure if this gives black a
yeah.
chance to play d5,
Yeah, but even here, if you go, let's say Queen D3, it's okay, right, or not?
but you
Because the Queen
take.
D8 and Knight G5.
Ah, okay, so taking knight g5. Okay.
Yeah,
Oh, look
and
at the
then
beautiful
like
pawns.
you get those, is it how is it called? Like Irish pawns,
Are
or
they?
like because in Polish, if you see this kind of pawns, you say it's a tram, like yeah,
A tram, right? Because they're one in front of the,
yeah,
yeah, they're doing some
yes, yes,
Irish line
yes.
dancing.
So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Love to see it. Then,
But in
yeah.
English, is it called Irish? Like how is it called? Those like triple pawns.
I have no idea, honestly. I just call
There
them
there
triple
is some
pawns.
funny name, I think. Like because
Yeah.
of course we can say double pawns, triple pawns, but I think there is a name.
Maybe just a three-course meal because they're so weak and then it's likely to all be lost very soon.
Okay, maybe the chat can help us to tell how is it called. But
Yes.
anyway, so the line you have shown, it's certainly uh, possible, but the one fact I didn't like, that I want to take on d3 in one move, right? But maybe it's not
Mm.
possible. Yeah, but because like what move are we making now? Like it would be nice to make a useful move, cd, then queen d3, and then knight d2, just to win a tempo.
Oh,
But
I
yeah,
see.
it's easy to say this, but I don't see a way to make it. Yeah, so that's the problem in chess. That very often you know what you want, but then you cannot get it. So
Yeah, this is the tough thing, unfortunately. But what about knight g5 immediately? I was thinking about knight g5 because now you're attacking e6, you're protecting e4, and you're threatening to take on c4.
yeah, but then like this. But
So you
then
take.
I will play h6 and kick this knight out, right?
Hmm, okay.
So we need a strong follow up, right? Like if we could play queen b3 after queen d7 to attack e6, but of course it's not possible yet because the pawn is on c4. But maybe okay, knight d2. Let's say knight d2, cd, knight g5 now, queen d7, queen b3, for example. Something is
Hmm.
happening. I don't
Okay.
know what is happening, but something
Stuff
is
is
happening.
happening. No, it's good. It's good. Now,
Yeah,
ladies and gentlemen, we take back. There's a pin, and I don't
yeah,
know,
and
something like this. Something
yeah,
ridiculous.
probably,
I don't even know
yeah,
what the
probably black
evaluation is.
center is too strong, too strong.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
We need
Engine
more
loves this.
firepower. We need to bring some more pieces.
Yeah.
Like,
Somehow, yeah. Let's just see quickly. 95 is the best. I switched on the engine now
mm,
because I just wanted to see if we missed something crazy. Now knight c4. Knight c4.
mm,
Threatening knight b6. Mm-hmm.
okay, okay. Yeah, and queen d3 in one go. You see?
Nice. This is good to achieve. There we go. Queen d3.
hmm
Bam. And then you're threatening d6. So h6 coming back and then probably d5
hmm
or b5. I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah. Again, very hard to evaluate, but this feels like a logical way to make things here, like to kind of try to play for something, to take pawn in one go, to attack and so on. But probably black is just yeah, the game is probably just balanced. Yeah,
Yeah.
we cannot prove white's advantage if there is no advantage. That's
Yeah.
the point.
That is very, very true. But okay, let's hope that White still maintains some sort of home field advantage because he is playing White after all. And the engine suggests still a zero point 0.4, which is like normal in the opening, I guess.
Mm.
Um, so yeah, he's definitely considering his choices. And this is something
Mhm.
I've realized the most, actually, Piotr, is that, and it's something I mentioned yesterday too, if chat can remember correctly, that I said one of the most difficult things for me in chess, and maybe in general, is evaluating and analyzing or just calculating pawn advancements in the center or pawn exchanges, because it just changes the structure so much.
That's right. That's right. Yeah,
Yeah.
we have a comment that Irish pawns is correct, and that Tony Miles came up with that name. So
Oh,
I didn't know it.
who's Tony Miles?
Yeah.
I don't even
Tony
know.
Miles, that was very famous English player. I think he died when he was not, like, not that old, but he was very like interesting. He had interesting character, interesting player. Like, there are a lot of stories about him. This is what I know.
Mm.
Actually, there is a very nice book by Grandmaster Gennady Sosonko. Actually, he wrote many books, and also he wrote a lot for the is it New in Chess? I think
Okay.
New in Chess, and then he released like a few years ago like 800 pages of a book, which consists of some his older books and some articles in the New in Chess, and it's all about chess players, but there is no chess there. Like, there are no games and so on. There are
Oh,
like these stories,
it's
and
about chess, but there's no like chess analysis and stuff.
yes,
Ah,
and actually, I think the next chapters I'm gonna read is about Korchnoi and then Tony Miles. So maybe I could tell more
yeah. What
in,
what is the name of the book? You're just giving me so much homework here. It's great.
I think, Essential Sosonko, something like this. Like, it's 800 pages. Maybe I can even take it and show
Yeah, you
it.
can show it on stream. This is amazing. I love show and tell. Oh, that's incredible. We are definitely learning a lot about chess literature and the importance of knowing um, some things about the past. And I think this is something that I quite love
Yeah.
about chess as well, just learning the history. Wow. What is it called?
The
Essential
Essential Sosonko.
the essential Sosonko. Wow.
Yeah, Sosonko is the name of the author. So he's a grandmaster coming from the Soviet Union, but then he ran away from the Soviets, and yeah,
What
living
a
in the
recluse.
Western Europe. So he actually got to know the Soviet players and the Western grandmasters. So he actually knew, I guess, everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like story
So
time with Sosonko. That's cool.
yes, and you can see, like, it's not, you cannot read this in one evening.
Maybe not, if unless you have a really, really long evening. But
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
incredible. You could
So,
use that also to hold up just as a doorstop or to hold up your computer when you
so there are like 59 chapters there.
Wow.
And yeah, so I have read only 13. Yeah,
Oh.
actually the chapter 14 is about Tony Miles. And the title is The Cat That Walked by Himself. So
Oh my gosh.
yeah, so you see, like, if I just read that chapter a little bit faster, I could have said more about Tony Miles. But I knew that his style was like, chess style was also interesting. He like played some crazy stuff, but maybe that's also speciality of the English players, because they were like playing uh, stuff like Grand Prix attack and so on. They were not so heavily involved in understanding some boring endgames like the Soviets. So they're just playing some Trompovsky attack and yeah, stuff like this. So
That makes sense. Wow. Okay. Oh, that's so cool. I'm definitely checking out that book. 100%. I don't know where I'm going to store 800 pages, but yeah, maybe there's an e-copy that I could just have on my Kindle and read it sometimes. Yeah.
yeah,
But thanks for
nice.
sharing that. If there are any other pieces of chess literature, whether it be stories like that or, you know, other chess recommendations, please let us know. I mean, I myself am always looking for something else to read or something else to have on a shelf, you know. But I'm sure chat would appreciate it too. Oh, your move!
Oh, knight g5. Yeah.
Yes.
Um, mm, yeah, nice. So things are happening. Although, yeah, but White started without knight d2, right? So
Mm,
so does that change something? Maybe it does because, but
yeah, I
so
think
it
so.
will be probably yeah. Mm, okay, let's see a bit further maybe because let's see queen d7. Maybe we should just try to sometimes to dig deeper. D takes c4, h6 because that's forced. Knight f3, knight takes e4. So I saw this, but it's not the end of the line because you can play, for example, bishop takes h6 or b5 maybe also
I was
something
thinking
to
about
consider.
b5 because after
Also,
takes
actually,
takes knight b8 is sort of forced. Otherwise, you're taking on e5,
yes, that's true.
and now knight bishop h6. Is it possible?
Could be.
What
Hmm.
happens if knight c3?
I think knight c3 we are not worried. We just take it. Okay, there is the choice because you can go queen c2, for example, to have a draw
And
after
draw.
g8. But if
Mm-hmm.
you want to play for more, then I guess you want to take on c3 with the knight, and you are happy that you are developing.
Do you want to guess the evaluation of this position?
So is white winning or
Yes.
yeah? Okay, so I guess the evaluation, but
I also want to like understand what's going on right here.
yeah, but now we
Oh,
need to attack really.
plus
But I
three.
think like if black wants to go for this kind of thing, then not knight c3, knight f2 seems to be better.
Knight
Is it?
f2. Yes, now
I
it's
don't-
better for black.
yeah, because the thing is, you see, we don't develop white's knight from b1, and we make sure
Mm,
that the knight on f3 is pinned. The king on f2 is also not like fully happy.
mm.
Um, but for example, this position, it's not easy to evaluate.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I mean, he did spend almost 30 minutes thinking about, I mean, 25 minutes total thinking about knight to g5. So surely he has everything under wraps and will be moving quite quickly after queen to d7. Although, what would he play? What will he play?
Mhm.
Maybe he has something else up his sleeve.
Hmm. Yeah, but this line we have looked at, like DC4, H6, this is very forcing and seems to be very critical.
Hmm.
Like, uh, but we could also take on H6 without this B5 inclusion. I don't know how much does it change there. It's very difficult to say.
That's true. Shall we come back to this game? But before we check out the other games, would you be comfortable taking our first break of today?
Yeah, that's fine for me.
Okay, sounds good. So, chat, get ready for more game analysis and story time with Piotr when we return after the break. Don't go anywhere. And if you do go somewhere, just grab some coffee for us as well. Thanks. Be back soon.
See you. Stay tuned.
And we are back after the break. Got our refreshments, doing vocal exercises in the background, and so on. um, yeah, but I see there's a handful of games that we haven't taken a look at just yet. Would you like to start again from board one, or shall we go straight to board five?
Maybe let's briefly jump back to those games we have looked at earlier, just to see what happened. And yeah, board one is certainly uh, very important, I would say.
Yes.
Although there is not much happening, but even if it's not that much happening, I think we should say this just to make our audience like feel the tournament a little bit.
Mhm.
Um, so let's maybe move back to position after 11 moves. So that was the position we have seen when we left the game, and we expected after b takes c6 we expected white to play knight a3. So b takes c6, black played, yes, knight a3, and as we can see, black structure is a little bit ruined, but at the same time, yeah, if we talk about 3 plus 3 against 4 against 2, white's majority on the queen side is not actually moving anywhere.
Mhm.
It's So that's a little bit problematic. Um, and after a few more moves, like let's see, a5, c3, knight d5. Like the game is very very slow, and not so sure if I'm a big fan of white putting the bishop on e3, because that gave black bishop pair. At the same time, the knight is very good piece. Why? Because this knight is beautiful on c4, the white knight on c4, while black's knight was beautiful on d5. So even though if I'm not a big fan of bishop e3, maybe that makes a lot of sense, because yeah, this knight on d5 was so strong that this exchange, yeah, is kind of, I think the position is kind of balanced.
Yeah, to
Mm,
provoke the capture on e3, because otherwise you would have to sort of chase this knight on d5 away with a move like c4, I guess.
yeah, and was not easy to arrange.
Hmm.
So here, yeah, the position is just probably just equal. Black has the bishop pair, mm, doesn't have any big problem, because even though the pawn structure is kind of ruined, if we talk about weaknesses, even in general, not just weak pawns, you have to, like, your opponent needs to have a way to make use of it. Like how does white attack the pawns on c6, a5, or just like nothing really is happening here. So black is totally fine. White is not worse either, but mm, there's also a kind of danger, I would say, that the if the knight goes to c4, let's say, black goes. I don't know if, okay, now maybe first some king e7,
Hmm.
but then at some point maybe bishop a6 will take on c4 and it will be opposite colored bishops.
Oh,
Saying like this, I'm thinking
but surely
maybe.
white going into a position like this should be content with a draw, right? Going into an endgame where material is equal, are there any ways for him to try and push for a potential advantage?
Yeah, I'm thinking if it's easy to
Hmm.
do anything, because like if we want to think about white's advantage, we need to think about like strong points here. So what are the strong points? 3 against 2 on the queen side. That's the place, because you are not going to do anything on the king side. Of course, you can try to gain some space, h4, just improve your king, but that's not gonna win the game. That maybe improve your position just a little, but
Hmm.
you need to do something on the queen side. But then what can you do? Like, how can you make a passed pawn? How can you take squares from black pieces? Like, if you could play h3 and b4, that
Mm.
would be great. But of course, if you play a3, black would instantly play a4 and argue that the b2 pawn is just bad.
True, true, true,
So,
true. Yeah.
so what to do? I don't see a way. Like, black can
So
also play rook d8 and just trade pieces. Just very
Like
good position for
like
black,
in the
I would
King's
say.
Indian, if I may, something like b3 first, then you can go a3, b4.
Yeah, that's a possible start, right? Like if
Mm.
you go b3, yeah, maybe that's the way to go. But then black has a lot of time to play e5 also,
Oh,
mm,
okay. e5.
gain more space because talking about the structure again, 3 plus 3, 4 plus 2. The side who has 4 also needs to push the pawns. If the pawn stays on e6, then you don't feel. I mean, okay, it's useful. The king has nice shelter, but if you really want to make a better use of your 4 against 3, you need to push.
Mm.
And e5 is a nice move. So e5, then the bishop can go to e6 or even g4 to harass the rook on d1.
True,
Yeah, I
true, true.
think black's position is fine, but then maybe white can go this a3. Maybe that's at least, yeah, the way to try to do something.
Hmm.
Yeah, I don't see any other sensible plan here. Um, yeah, it's very difficult to I don't know. Like, do you see any plan for white? Like,
Yeah, you've said more
so if you
than I would be able to. Yeah.
on the d file, it's also not easy. Like,
Oh, e5.
first of all, if you even double, you will still not enter anywhere, and
True.
also, let's say after knight c4, king e7, if you go rook d2, black can even go rook d8. Uh, yeah, so yeah, we can trade the rooks, and so that didn't bring anything to white. Mm. Of course, white
Unfortunately.
is not worse,
Yeah.
but surely not better.
Oh, we could do something crazy. Are you ready?
Mm.
Okay, so in that position particularly, so after rook takes e5, how about knight takes a5?
Mm. Yeah, like this is also possible in some other lines. So maybe that's
Oh,
our
true.
idea, like maybe even at the very beginning. But
Hmm.
then, like unfortunately, sometimes such fireworks actually quickly like burn out to nothing really, because there are
Hmm.
some exchanges happening, right? Some knight
That's
a5,
true.
rook a5, d4, and then
Yeah.
I don't know,
I
rook
mean, worst
d3.
case, there's also bishop f2 if need be. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, but then at least white could argue that he has then 3 against 1, and maybe. But if we
Mm.
just trade everything, very difficult um, to actually do something. So overall, yeah, it's a success for black. From the very beginning, it felt like black was better prepared, knew what is coming. So the position which was out of the opening, although not very spectacular, as I said, black didn't like catch into some trap white, but just played the normal good line, equalized, and white is really struggling to, yeah, to find anything. And I don't think, I was also mentioning it, like we will not find an advantage if there is none. So probably I think the game will end in a draw, which is a success for black, because black is lower rated, relatively, of course. And
Yeah,
black being is happy with the draw.
I
that's
agree.
that's the,
One
yeah.
more suggestion by chat is a4 first, with the same idea of knight takes a5, rook takes a5, and b4. I do like that a lot. Yeah, just trying to prepare this plan. But once again, I guess, I mean, if we were to just practically try to set it up, uh, something like this would be the outcome, maybe. Not a bad
Yeah,
outcome, I think.
also maybe not much, but then maybe, question if we had some better move after, but I think okay, e5 was fine.
Mm.
Yeah. There is one trick that after b4 you don't take on b4, because that
Oh.
keeps white structure very strong, so you
Mm.
can go back with the rook.
Oh,
After
right.
b takes d5, you go back to a5.
Okay.
You don't even need to rush taking on c5, and because then
Yeah.
maybe there's a5 or something. The pawn is gone anyway. You will play first bishop e6, rook h to a8,
Mm-hmm,
and
mm-hmm.
only then you will capture on c5. And then white pawns are not going anywhere, and white pawns are actually weaker. So,
Very
mm,
true. Okay, causing problems where there don't need to be any problems. Understood.
yeah, yeah.
Understood. But yeah, very, very nice idea regardless. Shall we check out board number two?
Yes, let's go.
And we have 30 minutes for Ayush Sharma, and Alexei Grebnev has an hour and 20 minutes on the clock. Thoughts? What is
Where
going
are
on?
those pawns? We are talking about some pawn structures. We are talking about arms and so on,
Let's
and
go back.
totally,
That's
is it the
gone.
same? Is it the same game?
I think they must have ended the game and started a new one because, oh,
Yeah,
wow.
yeah, yeah. So
Yeah.
everything we said earlier didn't have that much relevance to the position which is right now, but that's what's happening. Like there's a transformation, a lot of exchanges,
Yeah.
but seems to be that both sides played kind of logically, right? Like don't think there was like a big blunder down there. So simplification.
Wow,
Um,
okay. Yeah, they've just neutralized the queen side completely, and now it just becomes an open playground for the pieces. But I'm assuming here that I mean 4v4 on the king side that it's relatively equal, no?
Yeah, it's very balanced. Actually, yeah, maybe once we go down the list, maybe we'll find some games where there are more fireworks because
Yeah,
here the players are like maybe they play too well, or maybe
they're just too
or maybe
cautious.
yeah, too cautious. I don't know, but yeah, these are very balanced games, right?
Very, very
Like
true. Yes.
so.
Shall we check out board number five between Naranyan and Rohit?
Yes,
And
yes. Let's see.
that
Hmm,
their time is equal, but we can start at the beginning. We have an English opening.
yeah. So let's maybe briefly see. Yes. So even though it's an English opening, actually it's kind of Sicilian, right?
Yeah, it's like a reverse Sicilian
It's
now.
just reverse Sicilian, and it's kind of reverse Najdorf, as you can
Uh-huh.
see. The pawn is on a3, and the bishop came to e3, as we were talking. Should have gone to e6 in some other game.
I remember you said that.
That's
Yeah.
that's where the bishop belongs to,
Queen
but
c8 is interesting.
also seems to be just very very balanced. A queen c8 making the room for the rook coming to d8, I guess. I don't think black is thinking about sacrificing on h3, not with the knight on c6 and b6. Like if the knight was on g6 and h5, I don't know, maybe then,
Maybe
but
the story
those
would be
knights are too
different.
far away. So, yeah, but seems again just very balanced position. Like,
I thought that white might try to play d4 at some point, but it doesn't seem very likely here.
not possible. Yeah, especially if the rook coming to d8, one more piece
Hmm.
like sitting there. Maybe white should play b3, mm, and ab knight b3, then knight may come to c5. That's what I think. What I'm thinking. That could be a little bit annoying, at least.
My arrows
Yeah,
don't work. There we go.
yeah. If the knight comes to c5, it will be very annoying, right?
Right, so then would black have to just capture?
Oh, but if black takes, then I'm so happy, right? Like you gave
Hmm.
up probably the strongest minor piece, because if you speak to the bishop to f6, he would say, "What am I doing?" Like it's okay, not a terrible piece, of course. It stops white from pushing d4, but it's not the most active piece. The knights also, yeah, then we can take knight takes d4. I would take with the knight. I really like the bishop pair, and yeah, here and then try to
Oh,
like make the bishop on e2 more active.
hmm.
Maybe we can play later. Okay, I think
This
at least
pawn is
a4
lost.
yeah, this is also, yeah, even lost maybe, but a4 a5 is one of the ideas. Also, putting the bishop to the diagonal, like bishop d1, bishop b3 also. So anyway, this is a bad position for black.
Right.
So knight takes b3. I don't think you want to take this. You don't want to. But then what to do? Like knight a4 or what?
Hmm.
You you you
Oof.
you have to stop knight c5. You know?
Yeah. So knight f4
But then
seems like a good
knight
idea.
a4 is nice because mm, the knight on a4 just stops a lot of things, covers some squares. Uh, yeah, it's not so easy to be active as white.
Now you
Like
have to
if
put the
we,
rook back.
yeah, but then also will be very difficult to arrange d4
Hmm. Yeah, that's true.
because then rook d8 and so on. It's yeah, very, so again, very balanced game. And oh, actually, no, it's not happening. Like after a4, we're still waiting for the move, right?
G5, G4, G4, G5.
g5. Yeah. Um.
Maybe not. Oh, there is a B4 on the board.
Okay.
Very
D4 or
similar.
d3, that would be the same, I think. Like
Yeah.
black will take opposite. You know, like gotta take it. Yeah, and then knight a4, I think will come.
I wonder what white could play after this. Oh, knight c5 anyway, I guess. Takes, takes, and
Yeah,
then
but
d4.
then these are just trades, and
Mm.
black is just, yeah. This is just balanced, right?
Mm.
Like, mm, sadly, maybe for us, we want to see some tactics. We want to see some fire. Maybe let's see more games. Of
Yeah.
course, surely, in those games which are seemingly like balanced for now, I'm sure the time trouble will come at some point. And then, even in a simple equal positions, there could be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
So
Players go
we are
crazy.
waiting. But now let's see. Maybe there is some King's Indian or something. Let's see board six maybe.
Board number 6, we have another
Oh,
Sicilian. It is the
and
favorite of this
again,
round. A G3.
very balanced position. Okay, yeah. So it's a Sicilian, but the structure is not a Sicilian, right? It's
Mm-mm.
like exchange French or something. Yeah.
Something along those lines.
So stuff like this. So why people are afraid to play like one f4 or something?
Oh, get this. Sicilian defense, French variation.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
this is the
This
current
is
position.
again very balanced, right? Like,
Hmm.
uh, of course, I'm not saying that this is so easy and I would make a draw with with Carlson here. I would probably lose the position with either with white and with black. Also, yeah, for any of those who think that chess is easy and then some positions are like totally easy, try to play on Lichess with the queen odds,
Oh,
actually. Not even a piece odds, not even rook odds, a queen odds.
you play queen
Uh,
odds?
Blitz games, yeah.
Oh,
A blitz
wow.
game.
A
Okay,
blitz
the
game.
classical would be the, but that's a challenge. It's not totally easy to win like a blitz game against Lila with the queen notes. I'm when you play against the Lila queen notes, then you will all think that we like people are so bad at chess. Like, and I'm really wondering, but it's impossible to check. Like, what would, like, for example, Botvinnik or any other like grandmasters of the past, what would they say? Because I believe they had a feeling like 50 years ago that, okay, of course, at that time they also didn't believe that computers will play so well, but for them, like being piece up, it's just like totally over, and it feels it's like over. But just try to play against the engine. Like, I think nowadays grandmasters in the blitz games don't have big chances against the Lila knight odds,
Oh, oh,
even rook
really?
odds.
Even
I saw
regards.
Hikaru played against Rook odds and he lost the match. Okay, he won some games, but he lost so many in the Rook odds.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
just
Queen
a matter
I
of
think in most of the games, if not all, Queen odds then. But okay, but then he's a Hikaru, and then I think a lot of players like I don't know, even in my level, it's not that easy to. Okay, I played some, I won, but it's not easy.
it's
This is what it's easy.
not easy at all because the faster the time, the less accurate the play. And I think that's why a lot of top players prefer faster time controls these days because you're not heavily relying too much on the theory, but rather just how well you can play the game as a whole. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a comment that yeah we are afraid because then we lose other pieces too. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. So, but it's better to to lose some pieces, blunder some pieces against Lila than during a tournament. So I think that's a good training
Mm,
because well there is a saying that the most difficult position to win is a winning position, and not sure if that's like you have to take those things, those sentences with a pinch of salt, but there is something in it, surely,
there's
right?
merit, of course.
Um, and the problem is that it's not easy to coordinate pieces. And when you play against the Lila with some odds, you can quickly see that your pieces are somehow not coordinated, while the engine's pieces work so well together. This is like
Yeah.
after playing those games, I really felt like I know nothing about the game.
It's amazing the accuracy that they play and how fast they're playing it at. But surely we'd have the same or similar harmony if we had enough time on the clock. Like give Leela 3 minutes and give us like an hour and a half. Then it's a conversation.
Yeah, sure. But still, not maybe that easy, but a good training. Like you all need to adjust. Like blades, of course, is the is the toughest one or bullet. But yeah, if you can start from like longer times control and try to improve. But this is the kind of training nobody could think about many years ago.
Yeah.
Even like 20 years ago, I don't think we were thinking about this. But
Yeah, but Vinnick didn't exactly get to experience the internet, I suppose. Um,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Maybe express mail.
Yeah. So, okay, let's see maybe board number 7.
Let's
Is
go.
it, is it balanced? It is.
Oh
But let's
dear.
see.
But I like the position. I really like it for white. I really like it.
Yeah, there's a lot of space,
Yes.
but then black is also very solid.
There's only one
Mm.
problem with this. There's a bishop f4 in the opening.
Mhm.
What are your thoughts on the London system?
Oh, this is actually the opening I played a lot, but much before it became popular. I
Okay.
played this like in early 2000s, so nowadays, yeah, I don't play it a lot. From time to time. I think it's good for chess that we have such an opening. Mm, because yeah, a lot of amateurs are saying, "Oh, chess is not nice because you have to learn openings a lot."
Mm,
But then you can always say, "Okay, as white, you can just play the London and I mean still get a decent position against very strong players." And of course, I understand why people hate it because then if it's like too much, it's also like with other things in life. Like sometimes you like a song and it's played on the radio over and over, and then you
yeah.
kind of I hate this song for some reason. So I think that's the same with the London. And of course,
Exactly.
if you want to improve as a player, then playing just the London surely is not the best you can do. Okay. I'm sure there are more players who just
Mm,
want to improve a bit, not to be a professional, and just have some fun and don't study too much theory, then okay, great that we have such opening. But then again,
Sure, it's like
you
a
have to
quick
play
fix.
games to black.
Very, very true. Yeah, but at least the London is very predictable in terms of the move order and so on, that black does have a lot of resources against it. I just really do not like facing it at all and can't wait for the day someone can pop up with some lines and say, oh my gosh, we've refuted the London system. Whoop-de-woo. Yeah.
Hmm. Unfortunately, it will not be refuted, I think. Yeah, there are some lines that okay, black is totally fine, but it's far from refutation.
Mm-hmm. We'll get there someday. Yeah, indeed.
Okay, but let's see because even though it's balanced, there is much to think about because can black play knight c6? This is the move he wants to do. He
Mm-hmm.
wants to develop because what else to do? But then okay, you have to calculate knight takes d5.
Oh.
Yeah, because the you lose the important pawn at the same time. You open the position a lot. So knight takes d5, let's say. Yeah.
Knight takes d5.
Bishop f8.
Mm.
You don't want to lose this bishop, and then it's tricky because um, if you let's say take on c5, the black will recapture either way. I don't know, bishop or the knight, bishop maybe. I don't know, but maybe with the bishop. Maybe with the bishop is better. Uh, because then two knights are hitting the pawn on e5 and the rook, and you cannot protect this. Like next
Mm.
move, I will take the pawn on e5. So black totally, I mean, could even take over because the material will be equal, but black's bishops are more dangerous. So
Okay, I'm gonna be cheeky again. I'm gonna try something crazy. And it's
you want to
probably
have it go for a grid,
maybe, maybe.
but I will take with the c knight first.
Okay,
C knight.
see. Let's take what's oh, there's knight f6 at the end, I suppose. No, but that
Yes,
doesn't
yes.
work. Hang on, hang on. We're gonna take king takes knight. You're gonna put the king on g6 or g8?
No, g8, g8.
G8. All right.
But you see, the thing is that the pawn on f7 is not hanging. And I will take knight on d5 so that I
Oh,
have a
this is
square on
nothing.
e7.
Yeah, okay. I see. Darn it. Okay. I mean, it doesn't feel like it's completely okay. Yeah, that's a bad move. I want to play
I mean, you
rook
can take on
e1.
g7. I mean, you have to take. You have to
Oh,
take
you have
because
to
I will
take because
take
the queen is
queen.
hanging. Right, right,
Yeah.
right, right, right. But then
It's
rook
not over, but
g8.
rook g8 probably, and I have two pieces.
Yeah,
So two
this is a
pieces will
problem.
be enough to kind of hold on.
I do want to
Mm,
see what's possible here, though. It's not
mm,
possible. Aw, no fun. Okay.
mm,
Yeah.
mm. Yeah, but this line, what I was showing, is not over because I mean, not this one. Like, not take on c5. Like, go back like two moves
Okay. Oh, not taking on c5.
because yeah, because while taking on c5 is just giving black a lot of. No, actually, I
Hmm.
was saying to take with the bishop, but taking with the knight was also great because the bishop is hanging on d3, the knight is hanging on d5.
Oh,
So
yes.
anyway, but this is not what I was wanted to show. I just wanted to highlight that basically now White's pawn center is under huge pressure. So probably White has to go e6 because okay, if you go knight f3, I will take on d4.
Okay. With the
Show it like
knight?
I will take on d4 and yeah, I will also like break the center, right? Or now maybe you have something. Okay, you really want this, but again, I will take your knight on. Ah, okay, but now it's a mate threat. Oh, okay,
Yeah.
so maybe it works.
Let's see if it does, though. Okay, knight
Hmm,
takes. Bishop
okay,
h7. Okay, but it's losing still. Bishop h7.
okay.
Knight g5. King g8. Queen h5. And queen takes g5. Okay, this doesn't
Because it took
seem.
too much material.
Uh,
Three pieces, and yeah,
this.
three pieces for the queen.
Doesn't feel natural. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right, all
Mm, yeah.
right. Okay, let's come back.
Mm.
I mean, that could be a way forward though.
Yeah, you need to watch out for those tricks surely. So that's interesting.
Hmm.
Um,
So you're trying
so
to make knight c6 work, but it doesn't
yeah,
feel
no, but
natural.
yeah, knight c6 works. But then but then we need to calculate further. Like knight c6 again, knight takes d5, bishop f8, and then e6 is a move, I think. Because then
e6.
I want to go knight c7,
I do like that. Oh, what do
and
you do?
now actually I'm not so sure how to, because maybe I have to sacrifice the exchange and take the pawn on d4, and maybe it's balanced again, but I don't know.
Is this is probably not a move, but is this something to consider? Probably
Oh,
not because you're taking here.
yeah, okay, yes, yes.
Yeah, so otherwise, yeah,
You have to take on e6, I guess.
we have to take and the
But
knight.
I don't know, with the pawn or the rook or what. And then maybe knight takes d4, at least to
Mm.
take some pawns.
I
But I
wanted
will
to
be
play
having
queen of six.
also possible. I don't know. It's just
Take. We'll take here.
or but you don't have to take it. No, you
Oh,
don't take.
true. You can just
With
move
the
the
bishop
bishop.
g3, or the rooks are not running away.
True. You make a very valid point.
Yeah.
Now you take here. Take.
Yeah, the thing is that I didn't want to take on. I didn't want queen f6. Is that I wanted to take on a8 with the queen. I'm not sure if it's great.
Oh,
What I was
okay.
thinking, that I'm hitting g2.
And it's like
Stop.
a Reti maneuver kind of thing.
Yeah, and if you go f3, you are weakening a little bit.
Hmm.
But I don't know what is this position. Here, these are the, yeah. So you can see that even such positions, there's a lot to calculate. But I don't know what the engine says. Is it still balanced? Is it good?
Let's see. E6 was good. Rook e6. Okay.
Yeah, rookie.
If f
Mhm,
e6, then it's better for white. Knight c7.
mhm.
Rook f6.
Oh, rook f6.
Oh,
Yeah.
a knight has to go back to d5.
Oh,
That's the
and it's a
plan.
draw by repetition or what?
I don't know. Yes, it is.
Like,
This is
oh my god, if they're gonna play it, this is crazy. Um,
nice.
oh,
Okay. Yeah, so c takes d4 was played
okay, a
instead.
little bit different.
Hmm.
Okay, but this is. I felt like knight c6 is a mm, like maximalistic choice. Like this is also, I think, what Shankland is teaching in his calculation courses. That
Hmm.
if the move you want to play, like really check if you can,
Yeah.
because that could be like the way not to miss good chances. Because okay, CD might not be bad move, but I have a feeling that now it's easy for white, like 92. Although maybe then again it's maybe 92, 96 also, maybe it's nothing's happening. I don't know. Maybe it's, but I was just worried that in this structure, if white can consolidate and knight f3 take on d4, if it's possible, maybe it will not be so easy for white. But if I can do it, like, then what? Then white is slightly better, right? And
Hmm.
then now I could be really regretting for not bishop c5. Always I have b4. Yeah,
Yeah. Maybe you have to play like this first, but then I was thinking rook
yeah,
e1 first
but why first do you need this move?
because after takes, there's. Oh, you don't actually have that. Never mind. Maybe this first.
Well, but then go, then I can go rook e1. Yeah.
Rook e1.
Oh no, I was thinking bishop h7, but no, it's not. But after bishop c5, I can go back to f3, let's say.
Oh, knight f3, right. You're right. Yes,
Yeah, yeah, I can just go back. And
there's enough
um,
time. Knight
yeah.
c5 is on the board,
Mm.
going after the bishop.
Okay, so at least because I was a little bit criticizing black's move, but very often we cannot just talk about one move.
Hmm.
It's about the follow up. So if CD had the intention just to go for something like this, like there's knight c5, there's a lot of active play, maybe CD is a good choice. Because I was worried that if black goes CD and follows up with this knight c6, then it could be a little bit of suffering. Even if the
Mm.
engine would say that it's equal, the problem with the modern engines is like the engine sees too much, and nowadays it shows like everything. Okay, not literally, but so many positions are just equal,
Yeah,
while in human terms they are not equal. They're but but if the engine sees a draw like far 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 away, it shows it's a draw here, draw there. You
everywhere I
cannot
draw.
with the engine, like I mean.
No, I completely understand. I mean, these are very dynamic and like crazy positions that are very unclear. You switch the engine on, has like depth 40 or something, and then it's a draw. It's like, okay, yeah, no, no, totally, totally a draw. But any human, give this a position to any human, and like there's a chance to mess up.
Yeah, I, I heard that one of the best coaches in the world, like Jakob Ogord, he said something that that for some analysis you it's better to use like some Fritz five or it's like very old engine, like it's better.
Oh, because it doesn't have like that much depth then?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because that's
Ah.
still like showing a lot of ideas and so on. But then you can feel like that white is better, black is better, not just it's equal.
Yeah, maybe the older engines are better because it'll show you more human like responses to certain moves. That's actually not a bad idea. I like that a lot. Wow. So was it Jakob Bagard who said that?
Yeah. Okay, maybe he was not the first one to say this. I
Hmm.
don't know. Okay, but then the position which we see on the board, I don't like it. You see, this is what I was this is what I didn't like.
Hmm.
Because if white takes on d4 with the knight, establishes the knight in front of the isolated pawn, even though black has the bishop here, but the bishop on
Hmm.
b7 is bad. I feel this kind of position is always slightly better for white. Not much, of course, but it's suffering. So, and people hate suffering, right? People,
Only a little bit.
so, like this is the reason why people prefer attacking than defending.
Yeah.
So sometimes just a small advantage is so problematic.
True,
It's
and it
also
might,
difficult
yeah.
when being just to stay and do nothing. You want to you want to be active, you want to attack, you want to do this and that, and here what you can do. Okay, he can put the knight on e4 maybe, but I don't see like black is doing anything more. Like meanwhile, it will be easier for white to double, and just all the time it will be the topic will be that the knight is in front of the isolated pawn, and
Hmm.
like white has better control over the position. This is what I'm thinking,
Is
even if
there
it's much.
any merit that maybe white needs to put the pawn on d4 now to stop knight c5?
But then black always has this a5. I think he can fight for the square,
Yeah, a5, and you have to move the rook maybe.
and we don't want to because I said the bishop on b7 is bad, right?
Hmm.
Mm, but if something is getting to the position will start to open like before a5, instantly bishop a6 idea comes into mind, you know. So this is what
True.
what we want to avoid. So I would just take the pawn on d4 and yeah. Okay, not much, but white will be just playing around.
Hmm.
Mm, like playing on the dark squares, although it's again it's I must admit it's also not easy for white to do something, because then what? Are we going to push h pawn, or are we going to, okay, we can put the rooks to the center and this and that, but it will not be easy to push forward. Mm. So
Understood. And
yeah.
just to let you know, the chat's favorite player named Sugar on board number 8, playing against
Mm.
Setu Raman with the black pieces. So, shall we check out this game on board number 8 real quick? And then I think there's actually something to chat about on board 10 too.
Mm.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's see.
So, what's going on here?
Okay, let's see.
Uncastled king.
Mm. Yeah, that causes some troubles. Okay, let's count pawns. Okay,
Ooh.
white is a pawn up, but
Shall we quickly go from the start or let's count
yeah, we can
first?
very
All right.
briefly. Yeah, because it's just 18 moves, so we can just go very briefly. So we had what? The Nimzo Indian,
There's an
mm,
Indian. F3
the
is
F3,
nice.
so the Semish variation. Hmm. Very aggressive.
Oh, we have
Uh,
Irish pawns here too.
yes. Hmm.
I wonder if the players are still playing in Kazakhstan rather than Ireland here. But lots of exchanges on the queen side. Oh, and this
Okay,
is the
but something
position.
has just gone terribly wrong for white. Like somewhere, yeah, this is this kind of line, the Zemish variation. Um, yeah, it's very risky. That's what I can tell. This is very risky. So this just didn't go too well. Okay, Queen c5, or Queen d4. Okay, Queen c5. Right.
Oh no, this is me playing, sorry.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay, Queen c5.
just trying to
Mm-hmm.
see the different lines.
Yeah, because white wants to trade the queens,
Uh-huh.
but okay, but black will be able to win a pawn so easily. Mm, like, first of all, black can take on e4. So if white recaptures the pawn on e4, we can immediately see that how many islands white has. Like,
Mm.
okay, thinking about queen c5, but
Oh, queen c5. Let's quickly play queen c5. Takes and takes.
despite the yeah, and you see how
Oh,
many pawn islands are there. Yeah.
queen c5 was in fact played. But we can take a look at this line that you mentioned with taking on e4. Yeah,
Yes.
now white is stuck with 4 pawn islands.
Yeah,
Um,
and it's clear that black cannot be worse here, because black will surely get at least one pawn, at least. So there could be more, but if black takes one pawn, it's just better. So, um,
yeah,
hmm.
islands are great, except in chess. So
Yes.
I was thinking, how else? Is there an immediate way for black to win a pawn though? Because maybe something like this, bishop b4, and
Yeah, with the bishop on before we cannot take the pawn,
mhm.
I'm afraid. Maybe rook a5 instead of yeah, rook
Oh
a5.
wow. Okay. Oh,
Queen
that is also
c8, or okay, but if you don't want to trade queens,
that's
then
bad.
could be more suffering.
Yeah, lots of suffering. Okay, then now bishop d2 maybe, and then rook takes.
Yeah, then I can immediately take on a3, or play rook a4 and harass, like, this guy. Like, there are a lot of options. Okay, white is not lost, but might be in there very difficult troubles. Like,
It does seem very tough. Yes.
yeah, yeah. And I
Ouch.
think white should be aiming to trade queens. Yeah, because let's after rook a5, if there is like queen d4 or something, then mm, I was like def included.
Oh,
It's def, rook a5, queen d4, rook d8, just game over.
mm. Yeah, you're losing the
No.
piece.
So white really wants to trade the queens.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's on the board.
Otherwise, mm,
Your suggestion of
uh,
creating some islands.
mm, yeah, yeah, very difficult position for white. I mean, as I said, it's not lost, but we don't want to play such position just to play to survive.
Yeah, that is uncomfortable. It just there's so much energy spent on trying to not
Yeah.
lose rather than trying to win. Yeah, and especially with the white pieces. Okay, well, Sugar has a really good chance here to seize the initiative. I mean, he's up on time by more than 25 minutes, going on,
Mhm.
well, 25 minutes, I guess. And yeah, shall we check out board number 9 first so that we don't skip over any games? Because I really want to see
Yes.
board 10. I really do. Okay, so this is the game
Hmm.
between Dmitry Bocharov and Artur Davtyan.
Hmm.
And also a. What is this opening? What is this opening?
Oh, this is because normally
Yeah.
but white's knight is on f3, and if it's not, there's
Mm-hmm.
like I don't know accelerated Queen's Indian or
That's
what. But
exactly
this
what
is
it's called. Amazing.
okay.
Never seen this in my life. It's like I've only heard of accelerated dragon. Now we have accelerated Queen's Indian.
Yeah,
What
okay,
is
but
next?
it's not that great. I think. I mean, okay, it's playable, but it's not popular for a reason.
Oh, I mean, I thought that
White.
the word accelerated in itself just meant that the opening was amazing. Because next up, we're going to find accelerated Riley pairs or something along those lines.
If for e5 bishop b5.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, that's hilarious. Uh,
Mhm. Okay, so
C5.
white has a nice center,
Hmm.
but in this kind of positions, indeed, like white may have some slight advantage, but you need to be very okay. But actually, here I think they even transpose to normal Queen's Indian. I think to but there is a difference, slight.
No, knight on
Okay.
f6.
I was just thinking because there is a line where there is a pawn on a3 for white, and this is called Petrosian system.
Oh,
So here white saved the time for not playing a3. Maybe we can.
we
I don't
can
know
show
if
it.
I will be making moves. It will be if it will be
Uh,
working.
yeah, I mean, I
Just-
will follow the line that you choose. Sure.
But okay, now I'm showing it's not. You don't see it, right?
I will. Yeah, we can see it. We should see it. If you start playing it, I'll go to that line.
If I finish, right?
Yeah, there we go.
Or okay, so I think yes, okay, you see this. So this is Petrosian system and d5, like cd, knight d5, queen c2. Okay, like this. Okay, let's just okay. So I think we can finish here.
Hmm.
So you see, this was the theory. This is a Petrosian um, variation. I think even there was some game that Kasparov played against Petrosian himself. This,
Oh,
this very
that is
yeah.
funny.
So and in the game we have the same position, right? We had the same position, but white didn't have. We didn't make this move a3. And the idea of the move a3 was to avoid some bishop before and so on. So here I'm sure it must give something for white.
Yeah, so
That
instead of
yeah,
a3,
that
he
you
could spend time. Oh, wait, they've made too many moves. What happened here? C5.
yeah. So I
Sorry,
think white
pausing it.
should be slightly better here to omit the move a3 and have a strong center. But at the same time, yeah, of course, black position is kind of solid. So let's go further. What happened? Usually in this kind of positions, white has like one shot. Whether you um, manage to put pieces on the active squares, push d5 or something, h4 d5, and then you win, or if not, then then black is totally fine. Yeah. So
I think that's
this.
what happened, right? I mean, d5 is on the board.
Hmm, yeah.
Is the timing good? Well, I'm assuming because bishop e7 is quite weak, and white's bishops are starting to open up towards the king's side as well.
Yeah, yeah, that looks very logical. Yeah, and but then again, okay, I see. I just also just checked the engine's evaluation, but this is crazy. Like, yeah, in human terms, I would say that white is better.
I would also say
Maybe
so
not
in
much,
human terms.
but but at least okay, this looks all logical. That at least like we got this d5, because if you don't go d5 in this structure, what else can you do? I mean,
Mm.
I mean, okay, you can also play h4, but okay, h4, h5. Eventually, also the idea is to push d5 somewhere. So white managed to push d5, and then it still seems that it's nothing.
It feels spicy though, because I often think about this as like some idea to uncover an attack. Like for instance, like bishop e5 is always an option, or putting the rook on c1, but maybe the queen wants to go to b8. But yeah, I just want to go like full force and try and attack, but maybe the knight might also come to g6 and you're playing like h4, h5, and so on. Just feels like there's a lot that white can do.
Somehow black is very solid still. Like,
Mm.
but then, but it's important not to take on d5. This is the only thing that black needs to know, and I'm sure black knows this, because there was a very famous game, I think, played by Lev Pougajewski. Um, I don't know how many years ago, maybe 40 years ago, saying
Wow.
like this very old game in this kind of structure where white took on d5 and white pushed e5. So that was the idea, and I think here also like ed, although here also ed makes some sense, but it takes d5 e5, like the pawn sacrifice. This was very famous game, and then there was like a huge attack. Mm, so I think
Oh.
the black will not take on d5, and if black will not take on d5, the question is like, let's say black goes this h6. Um, what to do? Like, white's position is so nice, but it's difficult to increase pressure. Like if you could, mm, like with black not to take on d5, let's play h6 as black, not take on, because taking on d5 comes like not take, yeah, h6. Now it's very difficult for white to do anything. Like if you could put the rook to g3 maybe, but you cannot. So it's after all mm, good position for black.
Yeah, we can just pick up the rook, place it on g3, and hope the opponent didn't see it.
On the internet you cannot do it.
Ah,
Yeah,
true.
it's funny that when people play online, they cannot make illegal moves.
That's true. Well, I guess your opponent can't claim if illegal moves. They should create like a version of chess where illegal moves are possible, but then you get penalized. If your opponent notices, they have to click on a button
uh,
that says, "My opponent played an illegal move," rather than the offer of takebacks, which I get a lot of on Lichess. I want to
mhm.
take back. Hmm. Queen c5 is on the board. Do you think bishop d4 might be played here?
um, yeah, I think so. But
Or
queen
queen of...
c5 I don't really like, because why do you want to like play like this? Like even if it's a good move, I'm not sure if there is a like reason to play it. Right? Like why like queen on c7 was perfectly fine.
Mm,
And what's the idea of queen c5? Of course, if you can trade the queens, that's fine. But uh, white will never trade and allow the trade. The bishop d4 will come or knight d4. Either way, I don't understand queen c5. Hmm. Okay, so that's okay. Not good maybe for black, but good for us and for the spectators. That there are
mm.
some mistakes that we are not gonna see, like a dull game just ending in a draw. No, no. We see strong player making some moves. Then after the game, probably sometimes players cannot explain themselves why they play this. Say why they played such a bad move.
Hard to
I could have
evaluate.
moved, like what I was thinking. But this is life. It's happening.
Yeah, in real time, you don't really. Sometimes logic just leaves the room or flies out of the window, and you look back after the game, and you're like, that wasn't me playing. Something came over me. I was possessed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's that's exactly. Um, I see on the chat that yeah, when I was talking about one shot, and so it's there is a quote I think from Eminem song, right?
Is that
If you have,
Eminem? You only have one shot. Do not miss your chance to blow. This opportunity comes once in a lifetime, yo. Oh
yeah.
my gosh. Yeah, I hope that has to do with chess rather than me forgetting to wish someone in chat a happy birthday. But yes, happy belated birthday to our chat member who's been here throughout the tournament. And
uh,
yeah, when is your birthday?
no, it was in July,
Oh, wow. Okay, so quite
so not a
recent
long
then.
time ago. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm in January. My birthday's a long time ago. Yeah.
Hmm. But time goes fast, so so
Honestly, yeah, this year has just flown by, to be honest, in my opinion. But yeah, that's why I say time is relative. Some people could say it took a long time to get here. But all
hmm.
right, let's move on to the next board, and that is board number 10, which I've been wanting to take a look at just because Ramazan has 13 minutes left on the clock and Michal
Hmm.
54 minutes. But also, I want to know how we got to this position with the knight on on d6 rather. Could we go back and just briefly take a
Mhm.
look at this game?
Yeah,
It would be
let's
flying
see.
through the moves.
Okay, Sicilian, the open Sicilian.
Hmm.
There were some fireworks.
No, queens
Okay, it
came
felt
off.
like Queen Trade. It felt like a very simplistic game, but let's see. It it turned out to be like crazy later.
Yeah, wow,
Hmm.
this like bishop maneuver is excellent.
This feels like I'm not sure what's the evaluation here, but it feels like Black got outplayed, right? At
Yeah,
this stage already. Like the bishop on c8. If you ask him, I know what he will tell. It's not a happy camper here.
yeah,
Um, the bishop on d4, I mean, just kicked out. Like, and white managed to put the bishop on d6, and it's just something went very wrong for black. I don't know. Maybe he just forgot the line or
yeah.
what. Because it felt like simple line, like queen
Hmm.
trade and mm,
This bishop understands why chess is a spectator sport because he himself is a spectator in this game. So after
mm,
bishop to b6, h6, g3, a4, f5. f5 has been
mm,
played. And of course, white is not going to take and open up. But black is really trying to open things up there on the king side
mm.
and trading. Yeah, this looks
Ah,
beautiful.
yeah. It's just.
White has officially won Connect 4. As we
Mhm.
can see, 4 pawns that are connected over there. Um, and black chooses to close things down, but I'm assuming there wasn't really much of a choice. What happens here after h4?
Mm. Yeah, HG is kind of a threat, and Black doesn't want to open the lines here, so
Mm.
he's just not ready because his pieces are not coordinated. Ask the rook on a8.
He's also struggling to wait. Wait.
Wow,
Oh
that
my
is
gosh.
some. Yeah, the position looked beautiful, but here we have some very concrete line. Wow.
Oh,
Ah,
what a move! What a move! That's beautiful. Wait.
okay. Here there's like surely rook a8.
Yeah, I think there was like some transmission error, maybe.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so it is exchange up, and okay, still some work needs to be done, but that's just winning position. Just to win, just winning, totally winning. Like
Rook to b1.
also the
Hmm.
problem is that black is not able even to consolidate like for a bit. White just needs to play few good moves, like bishop coming to g2 or something. It's gonna fall within few moves.
Yeah, this is
Mm,
another one of those games where black is just
mm,
playing to survive, I suppose.
mm. Yeah, yeah. So we have some,
Oh
some,
my
some.
gosh, a result.
Oh, already? Okay, okay.
He's just
Yeah,
like,
okay.
I've had enough.
Mm,
Yeah, it sort of makes sense. Bishop is coming to g2, I guess. Let's just check.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
What are the
It just
threats?
finished even faster than I thought, because I thought, okay, maybe some more moves are needed, but indeed, it just with the bishop coming to g2, just black cannot keep the position closed any
Mm,
longer. So it's just total disaster. But
well
a beautiful
played.
game for
Yeah,
white. I'm sure that black would be saying that, oh, that's my worst game in my life or something. But
yeah. This belongs in
uh,
a book, I think, Piotr.
mm, yes, yes. We rarely see grandmasters being outplayed like this because
Oh,
there is a saying that to win against grandmaster, you have to beat him in the opening, then you have to beat him in the middle game, then you have to beat him in the end game. We didn't really reach the end game. I mean, we could argue that this is an end game, but no, actually I think there was no work in the end game, right? Like
yeah, maybe
just
they wouldn't have made it out to the
I
end
think
game.
it was just all along from the like transition from the opening to middle game, and
Hmm.
that's it. Like,
That's true. But if anything, I think that this position right about here should definitely be a puzzle, right? It should be turned into
yes,
a puzzle. Knight takes f5. It's just
yes.
beautiful, beautifully found. Really, really nice. And just on the next board, I have some questions, more questions. Is that 34
Mm.
seconds left? Roman Kazan has 34
Oh.
seconds on the clock left versus 51 minutes.
Wow.
I think he fell asleep. This is like definitely he must have hit the think tank at some point, right? Because if we go back, there must have been a massive think on his part. I'm trying to
Mm.
see. Yeah, here it is. 50 minutes to 17 minutes to play rook to d8. But I want
Yeah,
to
and then
see.
you can ask, is rook d8 really like a super special move?
Maybe
Like,
it's
like,
not about the rook
like,
d8 with
like
the yeah.
my mom could find this move. Like, like my mom doesn't play chess very well, but she knows how the pieces move.
Oh my
And actually,
gosh.
uh, it was like many years ago, like more than 20 years ago. But there, in my city, there was a kind of a match, like it was called Super Cup, and they're like a league match, like two best teams, and they brought some nice grandmasters. Like for example, Boris Gelfand played for one of the teams, uh, and my mom was yeah watching with me those games, and she was like, why this grandmaster is thinking for so long? And she even said the move she would play, and the grandmaster thought for like half an hour, and she made the move my mother. well, well, my mother has never played in any tournament. Like she played
Oh,
only
wow.
casual games with me many years ago. So
I really hope these players don't watch the broadcast to hear you say that. But I definitely had a good laugh, so thank you for that. Rook to d8, spending a really, really great deal of time on that move. But wow.
yeah. Mm.
Um, yeah, and over 30-minute think with rook d8, rook e1. Maybe he was considering the moves to come like right after that, right? But was it really worth it? Should we take a look at this game from the start, or shall we just continue from where the position has left off?
Maybe let's continue from the position because
Okay.
that's now it's very advanced and
Yeah, of course. Of
um,
course. But look at
mm,
this. This is quite nice for black. I would at least enjoy playing a position like this, not with 8 minutes on the clock, but you know.
yeah. But
Okay.
yeah, the center starts to evaporate and there's a
Hmm.
lot of exchanges. But the one thing is that okay, black can put the knight to d4, but if white puts the knight on d5, it will come stronger.
Hmm.
It might not be so easy to explain like at first, but like like somehow knight on d4 has less influence on white's position than the knight on d5.
Yeah,
Mm.
and an extra 6 minutes on rook to b6. So I think maybe his struggles are just finding squares for the rooks in this game.
But I don't like the last move rook b3. Like uh,
Oh,
was he really afraid of the doubling of the rooks, black rooks, or what? I would go just knight c3
knight
and
c3
just
here.
try to play for knight d5 and so on. Like rook on b2 itself is not enough to be so active, and sometimes it can be okay. I'm not saying it can be caught, but hmm, sometimes can be out of play. Like because white's white structure, I think, is very solid. Like the pawn on
Mm.
f is so well covered. Sometimes, if needed, if there are some issues on the g file, rook g3 comes in handy. So knight on d5 covers also the pawn on f4, which is a little bit soft. So
Maybe the
overall,
fear. Do you think the fear was maybe of this kind of position where
but then rook g3, yes,
rook
and
g3?
then okay, but then maybe knight d4 is queen e8 mate. So
Oh my gosh, yes, we do not want to fall into that trap. How about, I don't know, this
yeah.
just feels very promising.
But okay, maybe there are some tricks. So
Hmm.
like first go bishop 7 or you know
Bishop
yeah,
d7 and then you're threatening something like, I don't
yes. So
know.
maybe I misplayed this so
I
somehow.
don't
So
know. What
maybe
is the evaluation? Shows better for
yeah,
black, but I don't
yeah,
know.
because now we are not threatening anything, and the queen on a4 got out of play. So
Hmm.
maybe actually we need to be more like okay, I see. After rook knight c3, rook d2, it's important to go e5.
Oh, let's see. Knight c3,
Knight
rook
c3,
d2,
rook d2,
e5.
e5.
Huh.
Because then knight can go to e4, defending f2 and attacking d2. This is important.
I like that.
And
And
also,
you're threatening the knight.
but this always leaves the pawn on a5 unprotected. I'm not sure if I
True.
take it now. I can go knight e4 first, but basically the pawn will be taken, and the queen,
Black's attacking.
and
It's fine.
and it's not just about the pawn, right?
Yeah.
It's just so about making our queen very active. I can go
Hmm.
even queen a8.
True. Yeah.
Mm,
After e5, it seems that maybe black's position is actually falling apart.
yeah. So maybe this is what white missed.
Hmm.
Um, but this is but okay. If white played too fast, then it's wrong because when your opponent is down on time, you shouldn't play on your opponent's time. Like,
That's true, and it
I mean,
happens so often, right? I mean,
yeah,
you want your opponent to lose on time or have some troubles, and now you're
yeah,
exchanging pieces, but that's what your opponent wants.
yeah. The only exception is if your position is lost. Then
Mm,
indeed, play on opponent's time and so on. But if your position is good, just play on the position.
yeah.
Like the time will also tell. Like at some point, your opponent will most likely miss something anyway. But if you play fast and so on, but here, indeed, it's a simple position for black.
Hmm.
Yeah. Okay,
Exactly.
still
What do you even do? Because
gonna be
maybe
happy.
queen b2?
But then I will just attack c4, like bishop e6.
Mm.
If I take it, then hmm.
No, this
Yeah,
still
but then
seems
you are
tricky
so
for black.
passive.
But
92, 94, like pawns.
oh, 92,
And
94,
it's
okay.
not just about the pawn. The knight on the 4 is a monster. So
True, not just pawn grabbing. That is very, very true. So
mm.
maybe not
Queen
that.
e2 is certainly bad. I think you need to find like queen e3, for example, stops knight e2, for example.
Yes. Yeah, but also queen a2.
Oh, but
Never
yeah,
mind. Too passive. Got it. Mm,
yeah.
yeah, this is a
And then
difficult.
if you play knight d2, the queen from a2 will not actually protect e2, right?
True. You make a
That,
very
that's
valid point. Mm-hmm.
so bishop e6, knight d2, kind of it's okay. Okay, I said the position is very simple. That's not like totally true. The position, like there are things going on here, but I think relatively to the position with more rooks on the board, it was easier for black to make some moves
Mm-hmm.
recently, right? So mm,
Oh, wow. Don't read chat.
okay, nice.
Very nice. I guess your mom has an upcoming match. I hope you can inform her. Wow. But just to note as well, there is an official draw on board one. Board two is still
Mm,
going on, but board three also ending in a
yeah,
draw,
and
which we
also the
saw
on board
earlier.
one,
Hmm.
we can also add this is something what we were expecting that
Mm.
there could be opposite colored bishops.
Yeah,
Yeah,
very nice prediction.
uh,
Love to see it. Yeah.
yeah.
And oh my gosh, what is going on here? This is board
Wow.
number two between Ayush Sharma and Alexei Grebnev, but Ayush has 6 minutes versus Grebnev's 51 minutes. Wow.
Okay, so maybe let's go back some moves when we left the position because
Yeah.
mm, yeah,
We
this was
left it
balanced,
here.
but
It
you were
was
saying that indeed something may happen.
because yeah,
And
I was saying that like the queen side is now just a literal playground for the pieces,
oh,
and this is maneuvers that went on.
that's interesting because but why not rook f7 earlier instead of bishop d6? There's something was happening, right? Rook f7, then what? Here rook
Is that
f7.
e3? Oh, but that's not possible. Rook f7?
We need to find out.
Yeah.
That's the question. What's like what is happening? We are missing something.
Mm-hmm.
Surely,
Is there just like no, that's not
maybe.
even it. No, because it's just rook takes.
Uh, yeah.
Mm,
So what's going on here?
no idea.
Maybe bishop c7. No, bishop c7.
Oh,
Because now uh, easy actually, but and queen h2 is even additional.
queen h2 is just a big
Yeah, rook is just kind of trapped.
blow.
Okay, kind of trapped. It is trapped.
Oh dear.
It's
Yeah,
just
I really want to like figure out a way out, but this just seems winning for black now. Yeah, rook takes c7 is the best move. Oh, that does look
mm,
very, very nice. Wow, would have been nice if it worked. Unfortunately, not,
mm.
but
But white has a lot of
still,
pressure, right?
yeah,
Sure,
crazy
but then
amount.
pawn is a pawn after all, so that's why. Yeah, if this didn't work, then only black can be better, right? With a pawn up.
Yeah, with the exchanges, but I think after maybe knight takes here, maybe rook can just simply go nom.
Yeah, it's possible, but then what? Like rook e6 or
Mm,
whatever. Um,
somehow just better for. Is this position better for black?
yeah, because of extra pawn, I guess, right? Extra pawn.
Yeah, you're right. Pawn is a pawn is a pawn.
Yeah, you just need to like do something. Of course, it will not be easy for black to win because it just like pawns are all on the same side, and there could be some transformation to some simplistic endgame with extra pawn, which is theoretical draw. Um, Black like white doesn't have any weaknesses. White still got some activity, but overall, I wouldn't like to be white here,
Mm.
especially with the 6 minutes here. So
Especially, yeah.
yeah, white should be able to hold, but it's just a matter of making correct moves, and this is never easy under time pressure. So, like knight c3, for example, black should play, I think. Mm, because first of all, you don't want to trade pieces. Secondly, like the knights are especially tricky pieces. A knight c3 hitting b1, knight e2 is in the air. Oh,
So wait, you're saying that black shouldn't be trading here?
yeah, shouldn't.
Oh.
Yeah, because knight on b6 is out of play.
Hmm.
And knight on c3 can cause a lot of trouble. Um, After knight b6, rook takes b6. It can the position can get simplified too much.
Hmm. But
So this
knight
is what I was like. Uh,
c3.
if we
Okay.
trade even more, we could transpose to some theoretical draw.
Hmm.
So I don't think black is winning here, right? Black is just like,
Hmm.
but black needs to play for okay, maybe I shouldn't say for tricks, but just to put pressure, put pressure.
Very true. And it's actually showing that a move did happen. Is this what happened? No, it didn't happen. But yeah, let me refresh because maybe we missed a move. Oh no, that's not the case. All right, so knight c3, rook b2 would be 4, so rook e1.
Mm.
Hmm.
Yeah. First, I don't know, like if there is a big difference between those two moves, but if it is, then already it shows that the position is so difficult. Because if you have a choice and one of them is holds and the other loses instantly, then it's difficult. Right?
Yeah, because I'm always looking at ways in which bishop d2 could work, but then you'd have to move the queen first, probably. Like queen
Mhm.
f5.
But also, the rook on c8 is hanging.
Yes.
But the rook can go, for example, to c6.
Hmm.
uh,
I like that.
and now what? Okay, you see the bishop on d6 is hanging. The knight on b6 is kind of shaky. Hmm?
Yeah, you'd have to play this, most likely.
Yeah. But this already feels something went really wrong.
Yeah, it really does. Yeah,
I
this
kind
is
of feel
just
like this could be winning.
apparently
I
just
don't know.
bishop d2 anyway, because after captures, rook a1,
And e3
e3.
or what?
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Okay, maybe that's it.
Yeah.
That's the way.
Mhm.
That is the way. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. So a lot can happen in this game, and this is what I was thinking, right? In the tricky position, not so much time.
Hmm.
This is where the points are lost.
Very, very true. Very true. But I do want to take a look at, and there are quite a few female players playing in this tournament. Board number 30. So it's the last board over there, board 30, between Aya Kaldarova and Amina Karbekova. Hope I pronounced that okay. I'm not sure how to pronounce Aya's full name, so we've been calling her Aya since the start. Yeah. Um, oh, there was some questions in chat about rook a8, bishop c7. What's wrong with rook a8, rook g7, rook king h8? Wait, the rook was hanging. Okay, it's okay. We're all still trying to wake up. We haven't had enough coffee. Do you like coffee, Piotr?
I like, but I try not to drink a lot
Okay.
because, yeah, there are many people who just cannot start a day without the coffee, and this is this is what I'm afraid of. Like, I want to coffee make a real effect, not just without coffee. I'm not even at level 0.
Oh, okay, I understand. But you see, it's the taste and
Yeah,
the like just the zen that comes along with making the coffee and the smell and just like everything good about it, you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. But thoughts on this game so far? We could probably go back just briefly, taking a look at the Rai Lopez. I do want to check
Mhm,
it out. Um,
mhm.
okay, so this line is, it seems quite popular. I mean, even with the bishop c4 Italian, that the bishop ends up on e7. But here, white commits to taking on c6, bishop e3, castles, and knight d2. All right, so knight d2, I'm thinking this just means that white wants to play c3, d4.
Hmm. Yeah, the problem with this position for white is that if you open the position too much, you might end up worse because black at the end of the day has two bishops.
Hmm. Oh,
Uh,
true.
I I like one plan here because actually I was thinking about with my grandmaster friend. We are thinking about releasing a course on Rai Lopez, and I think in this kind of position we are recommending putting the knight to c3. Then the knight can go to
Mm,
e.
to
The other
e2.
knight, yes, to e2. The other knight can go to d2, and then f4. I think we like this kind of plan.
Wow. All right. When is
Yeah.
that course coming out? I want to watch that course.
I don't know, but we already like made some work. Yeah, and
Nice.
white taking on c6 at that moment is not very popular way to play,
Okay.
but it's so that's I think a good line because we avoid all those Marshall gambits. Okay, I don't know, like cannot even name all those. Like there's Zaitsev variation, there's what is prayer. Okay, there are like too many of them, and all of them are good for black. So then
Hmm.
why not to play something simple? But
Okay.
okay, knight to okay, it's okay move. It's also similar to the Rosalimo variation, right? In
Yeah.
the um, Sicilian. A4 logical.
Bishop
Yeah.
f6. Oh,
G4.
g4.
Wow.
Love to see it.
Hmm. Very
Okay.
interesting. Okay, not sure how good it is, but yeah.
Just
Hmm.
going for it.
Hmm.
I'm enjoying this so far.
This is crazy. I don't know exactly like proper evaluations, hmm. But it can backfire. You see, like if Wade's attack it's not like getting there, then black goes just rook a2, then chop c2, and the b pawn goes. And this is sometimes it's so painful. Like if you have a feeling that it's not that your opponent won, like you just lost yourself. Like
Oh, you beat yourself basically. I understand.
yeah, mm.
Oh, white is just closing things down on the king side.
Yeah, and can white make any progress later? Like open something? I don't think so. I'm afraid that like black can just be better here.
Hmm.
Although this bishop on h8 is
It's sad. It's a little bit sad, and white never has to open that anyway. So, oh, never mind. I take it back. I'm eating my words. What is going on? Because maybe now
Mm,
white wants to play d5. I'm eating my words once again. And this
mm.
is the current position after queen e6. So white is
Yeah.
just a knight up, technically, for now.
Yeah, but then the b pawn can be worth a piece as well.
True, and a whole queen at that. Wow. Uh, does white have to commit to bringing the queen back somehow?
Mm. Like certainly white has to like do something fast. Otherwise the b pawn just goes and that's all. I mean, end of the story. So white has to like go
Maybe,
for it.
yeah,
But
maybe like
okay,
knight
knight d5
d5.
is a move, but then what?
That's a good question.
But let's say knight d5, okay, b3 maybe even.
So maybe you have to play knight f6, freeing up this knight on f3. So if we had to play something like this, b3, then
Yeah, but knight f6 I will just take it. and play b2.
Oh, yeah, b2 is just played so
But b2, queen
fast.
b8, and queen takes b2.
Right.
But it's not the end of the story because I go with the bishop, and then I have rook takes f3 at the end.
Uh, hang on, hang on, hang on, hang on.
Just take the knight,
Just take the knight. Okay.
and
There's
that's
nothing
all.
to it. Yeah, that's like the end of the story.
Mm,
Gotcha. I
mm,
mean, hang on. King g2. Because if rook
mm,
a1, now you're playing this the same idea,
mm.
but then takes,
But
takes,
I
and
have no, no. Okay, here also. But I was thinking also queen g4 check. Yeah.
queen g4 check. Oh,
But not
thanks.
here without. But actually, okay. Actually, your line is I think okay. This queen e4 should be good enough, right?
Oh, but at least you're
Because you
grabbing
don't.
this as well, but then everything
Yeah, yeah.
falls.
Because you don't have. No, but you have king f1
Oh, king
also.
f1, right, because of knight f3, queen g4.
Because there is no bishop b5 check.
Oh, true. But
But
this
we
is
went
still check. Oh no, this is also check. We went too far. Yeah, I agree.
not just too far, but too fast.
Oh, too fast? All right, I'll slow down.
Yeah. like 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 after because here something is happening here. Yeah, maybe after king g2, because that's interesting move you suggested. Maybe something like queen g4, or maybe then like there is the move I think here, or maybe
Mm,
queen b6. Like here, this is the moment where we need to slow down,
slow
because
down, yeah.
that's the moment where we can just win the game.
Yeah,
Like queen
these
b6,
are the critical
say
moments that I don't slow down at all. What about, do you win an
queen b.
exchange like queen h3?
I thought about this, but then we are not winning it. I'm afraid.
Oh, because of knight d. No, you can't play knight d2 at the end.
No, I think let's just go queen b6. Let's check queen b6. If
Queen
queen b6
b6.
doesn't work, then we can change the line.
Okay.
But queen b6, I want to try. I mean, I want to promote b1 queen.
Mm,
What do you do?
I'm playing something fancy.
Hmm,
I haven't decided
waiting
yet.
for it.
Mm, we're gonna try and get the. Maybe we can play queen e5.
Okay, and if I promote, then what?
Oh, you're promoting immediately.
Yeah,
I didn't think about that.
my squares were covered somehow.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe it's not the end of the story, because let's say you take and go queen
I
e7.
was thinking about queen
And
e7, but then you have.
actually,
Oh,
my rook on a3 is badly placed.
this is the problem. Because
But
now you
then
have to
maybe bishop
play.
h3 check. Bishop h3 check.
No, this works. How does it work? That's crazy.
And I'm winning. Black is
Yeah,
winning.
this is like completely winning. Because now you have to
Yeah. Here I
cover,
have a
check.
queen b8 check.
Uh-huh. Yeah, this is done.
And
I
if knight e5, I have
mean,
bishop e6.
oh gosh. You have a
Gluing
comeback for
everything
everything.
together.
Yeah, it does really glue things together. Oh my gosh. All right, all right, all right. You win. You win. Okay, that could very well seal the deal. But wait, this position. I want to find something. Okay, I found this. I didn't find
Yeah.
it, the engine found it, but I found it. Yes.
Yeah, it's that's the main move we need to consider, because now I cannot promote, so it stopped my main idea. Then of course we have to consider move like rook a1, or if not, then there's some preparation. But then I don't know how to prepare it, because the king, black's king, is so bad.
Hmm.
But I guess rook a1, then knight d2, right? So we are not able to. Hmm. Okay, so maybe, but also white has a threat of queen e5, right? Hmm. So I was thinking also bishop e6 to threaten bishop a2,
Oh,
but
is it
then
too
but then
slow?
queen e5, but then queen e5.
Queen e5 anyway.
Yeah, yeah, and then.
Mhm.
No, so I have to start with rook a1. But
Okay,
then there is
one,
just rook knight d2.
knight d2. Maybe you allow it, and then you, yeah,
But
maybe
then
not.
I think white is okay. But I
Mhm.
don't know. What was the engine's evaluation?
Let's see. Queen b5. Queen b5.
And is black winning or not?
Black is better. I want to see what
Better.
happens before this. Yeah, rook a1's the best. Knight
Hmm.
d2, queen b5, why? Queen
Hmm.
e3. I don't like queen e. Okay, queen e3, okay. And
It's
bishop
just,
e6.
okay, just improving little by little. The point is, as I understand, that black is just keeping the control and going slowly. Like, but yeah, it's not easy. The thing is, you don't have queen d4 because queen g5. So just little by little, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I mean, it's worth
Taking,
looking at, definitely.
yeah.
Wow.
But how many mistakes we made along the way,
A
or we
few,
did.
because it's like -2.
Okay. Yeah.
Let's come back though. Um, what is the live position? This is the live position. And it's better for white, it's +1.
So we
Okay.
misplayed this really
A
badly.
little bit, but we really wanted to make it a win for black. I think that's why we went a little bit wrong. But a few moves apparently do it justice. Something like knight d5 was good, rook d1 is good, and rook b1 is good.
Mm,
So lots of moves that maintain that advantage for white.
mm.
Yeah, but okay.
Very tricky position because I kind of felt like it's difficult for white to do something. But on the other hand, if black's b pawn will not go too far, then the weakness of black's king might tell.
Mm-hmm. Very true. But I have a big question for you, Piotr. Is it okay if we go on our second break and potentially our last break for today, just because players are approaching that time trouble stage, and hopefully we'll be back before the scramble.
I think that's a good idea.
Okay, super.
Okay, so
We'll be back
like,
soon, everyone.
yeah, stay tuned.
And we are back, everyone. We are back after the break. And I was asking Piotr if we had missed anything in terms of results. And I think we did.
Mm.
There was this one on board number 2 that we saw just earlier.
Mm. Yeah, so let's maybe see it because that's something we expected, right? That something will happen here, and there was this knight c3 tricky move in time travel, tricky position. Uh, Even if it's not objectively winning, I had really hard time to believe that white can survive this, and yeah, so let's see. Rook c6. This is also what we have
Yeah.
discussed.
Yeah, amazingly found as well. I'm so impressed.
Yes.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh my
And
gosh.
then, yeah,
Queenie 5.
and what? Yeah, white was wanted to be too tricky. Queen e5. It looks very nice.
It
It's
does.
flashy move, but then after f6, simple f6, queen d4, e3. Yeah, it's so difficult to make moves, right? Like
Oh dear.
yeah,
Okay, so
and fe
taking was a big
looks
mistake.
like yeah, it was losing move, but looks totally normal, right? Like
Yeah,
because yeah, you see like the refutation, it's very how to say it, like it's not flashy, right? It's not the first move which comes to your mind.
not at
You
all.
want to overload the queen, you think about rook e4, you think about rook d8, you think about different things, and the
Indeed.
winning
And
move.
yeah, one of the
Yeah,
first things I was thinking about is f4, but maybe you want to stop the bishop from going here, so f3. And if bishop h4, well, now it's just hanging. The queen is attacking it, or you could simply. Nope, I think you just take it, right? Yeah, of
no, no,
course.
you just take it. Yeah.
Yeah, so taking is the big mistake, and now it's just completely winning, it seems. Wow.
Mm.
Okay.
Yeah, and queen e4 is such a nice move. Yeah, because it's not the first move which comes to your mind. This is yeah, and it
Exactly.
is mm,
Oof, and you're just losing
losing a
a
piece,
piece,
and
right?
that's all. Yeah.
That's
Mm.
true. Ouch.
Yeah,
I mean, wow.
lovely finish because it was so simple, and the queen e4 should be a puzzle
Hmm.
because
Exactly.
that's not very simple move. Like,
No, it's not at all. Queen
you
e4,
think about
simple but
like you
effective.
think rook e4, rook d8. There are a bunch of moves which come to your mind.
Indeed, and
And,
that takes Alexei Grebnev to 5 points. And I think
mm,
he's the only person on 5 going into round number 7.
mm,
Whereas, board 1, they drew their game, so they're both on 4.5 points. Um, which makes me think Alexei Grebnev hasn't played Basamamin yet. No, he hasn't. So I think that's what's happening in the next round.
yeah.
Okay,
All right.
so there are other results that we missed. I think Piotr board 6, and sorry, board 5 ended in a draw.
Draw.
Hmm.
Okay, just agreed the draw in equal position.
Hmm.
Okay, but let's see maybe board 4
Yes.
because there something is happening.
Yeah,
To put it mildly, right? Like there's a lot happening
a lot
there.
happening for sure. What is going
Like,
on?
yeah, but he just no, but actually it's not happening a lot. I just didn't see that Black just won a piece, so it was happening a lot.
Oh, let's see what was happening then, just to.
Yeah, because now it's just indeed just. But what happened, right?
Oh, okay, so he played knight d4 and just lost the piece because if you
Mm.
take. No, but what happens? You take here?
Yeah, but then ef4 and then still two pieces are hanging. But
Oh,
yes.
right, and you can't really. Yeah, so this was
Mm,
a very
yeah, so knight
rash
d4 was
decision.
just a huge blunder, right? Because before the move knight d4, the position was a bit unpleasant, mm, but nothing too dramatic.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
seems
that
like
was
he
just
did
slow.
that to himself,
Mm.
unfortunately. Yeah, and now this is
I
their
don't
position.
remember who said it. Was it Lasker or who? Like there are blunders all over the world, all over the board, waiting to be made. Something like this.
Oh, I thought it would be something along the lines of your biggest enemy is yourself, but that too. Yeah. Oh gosh.
Yeah,
Right.
Maxim Matlakov is such a strong player, 2600.
Indeed, could have just been
This
a
is
bad
so
judgment.
difficult. Like because why did he make this move? Like it's I'm sure that this is this is what chess is like. I'm sure he will be like very unhappy, and he will be asking himself, and he will not be understanding why did he play it so badly, and telling that, oh, I played the worst game in my life today. And
Hmm. Yeah, exactly. Another instance of this potentially being the case. But we still have quite a few games to check out, shall we? Other than the fact that there is a result. Okay, we saw this result actually on board 10 as it came in. Board number 6 between Azamat and Jingyao. We only briefly took a look at this, I think, in the beginning.
Mhm.
Yeah, it was
Yeah, it was French
Sicilian.
Sicilian, something like this, right?
Yes, exactly, exactly. Yes, exactly.
Mhm.
But another instance, I mean, Azamat with the white pieces down to less than a minute on the clock, and yeah, Xingyao has 11 minutes. Mm, but this is equal, no?
Equalish somehow, right? Like certainly no one is like winning or anything. Mm, but the white pieces are slightly worse, especially the bishop on e1. The bishop on e1 is just very bad. But if we remove the a pawns, I think it would be more equal.
Mm-hmm.
But with the a pawns, black has still something to play for. Like if we can arrange some attack, because white is not ready to do anything. White is very very passive.
Right, because black would simply need to just maybe redirect the bishop to a square like c7, attack the pawn, provoke the a6 maneuver, bishop b5 after something like king d6 protecting d5, and suddenly there's some problems.
Hmm. So just bringing the king also, like
Mm-hmm.
white needs to work for this draw. Like in chess, almost everything is a draw. Like normally.
Oh no, don't say that. Sponsors, block your ears.
For the engines is, yeah, but
Oh, for the
for
engines, right?
humans this position is very unpleasant. Like there are a lot of ideas to that white needs to walk a tightrope.
Oh yeah. Actually, there was a release, I think, a couple days ago. They were talking about, and I saw this on Twitter slash X, whatever you decide to call it. Um, but there was a battle of AIs. So there was a couple
Mm.
of AIs that were paired off against each other in chess, and X X's engine Grok, I think it's called, made it quite far. Like it beat Gemini, Google's AI Gemini in a playoff. And I'm looking at. I mean, since we're talking about engines, there was also ChatGPT playing, and I think in the final it's between uh, it was between Grok and ChatGPT.
Mm.
Yeah, and
But
ChatGPT.
do
Mhm.
those AIs play well? Because I think they're like far from like not even the latest version of Stockfish, but some just weak engines, right?
Yeah, I think they weren't really considering chess only engines, but maybe AI in general. So AI is like DeepSeek,
Yeah, yeah. So,
Kimi.
but I think that those engines are playing not so well, right?
I'm not even sure about the quality of the game, so probably yeah.
Okay, okay. Maybe we need. Okay, I'm sure that if that would be their aim, they could easily make them much stronger. But hey, maybe we should play against them and check.
True, because I think they were getting something like 60% accuracy, and there was even an instance where someone missed like one of the engines or one of the AIs missed like a mate in 2 or 3 or something like that. So I don't think there's a lot of depth to
I
their
know that
calculation.
some time ago the engines were even making illegal moves.
Oh
So,
my gosh,
yeah.
no. Oh my
Um,
gosh.
okay, Rook f6 on the board. Okay, a move, but I'm not sure what's next. But I was thinking actually a nice idea was Bishop a8
Mm.
instead of Rook f6. Bishop a8,
Oh, okay, so
like very
bishop
pretty.
a8.
You
Nice.
want to go Rook a6 and Rook a5. That's all.
I like it because white won't really have a good counter to that, right? Because I
Yeah,
mean,
not
what is the
sure.
best approach? You'd have to play something like rook a1, a rook a6,
And
and
then you threaten Bishop b6.
and bishop b6.
It's funny. It's funny line.
I like
Ah,
it.
but okay, in the game actually, okay, there was more point to it because I said Rook
Oh, this
f6,
check.
King h2, and
Okay.
what? But actually, things are happening. I just
Okay. Well, let's come back to the live because we're seeing some things. So d5 was played instead, and maybe the same idea, but this time with the king, because you can play, maybe black can play c3 and just hold that position, keep the bishop out, and play like king d7, king c6, king b5.
mm,
Or maybe not.
just bring the king, like
Just
King
bring the
d6,
king, you don't
King
have to do
d5,
anything fancy.
King d6, King
Mm,
c5. Mm,
and
like
it's winning.
White is on the defensive. It's not a good position for White. Like Black is dominating the game. That's also a thing. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
domination.
True.
Mm.
And that can give a player the confidence to drive home the point. Shall we check out board number 7?
Mm. There's a comment that on YouTube that you can easily win against computer avoiding trade pieces because AI always wants to trade. Um, I think you are talking about some AIs from 70s or
I mean, yeah, maybe he's also. I mean, I grew up playing chess on like the default game app that Windows would have, right? I mean, you have Solitaire, you have Spider, Solitaire, whatever it was called, and then you have chess. So maybe top level 10 of chess or something, and you're winning without trading, probably. Yeah.
I had a chess master program that was
Oh,
also known.
yeah. Chess Master. I remember this program. It was I'm gonna try and remember.
I
Oof.
think I had a 10th edition, and I don't know how about others, but there was such a nice intro, a nice music. It was classical, well-known music, but it was so
Mm.
well together with some.
Is it Josh Waitzkin? Josh Waitzkin made
Yeah,
not.
yeah. I think he was in the movie, right? Searching for
Yeah,
Bobby
searching
Fischer.
for Bobby Fischer, but he made the software as well. Or there was a software based on his work in chess.
Yeah, yeah. Yes,
Mm.
yes,
Okay.
that's true. Hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, that was quite nice. Wow. Yeah, because there's like Peshka chess master as well, and yeah, wow, that's taking me back. Good old days.
Yeah,
Do you
long.
remember Ribka?
Yeah, yeah. But actually, do you know who made Ripka?
No, who made Ribka?
So there's international master. I think he originally comes from Czech Republic or Slovakia, but he was representing US United States. But My point is that he actually lives not that far from me. Like he lives in Poland
Okay.
because his wife is Polish women grandmaster, actually holding title of international master.
Wow.
Yeah, so one of the strongest Polish female players,
That's
and
so
he's also
cool.
international
Okay.
master. And I think his name is Vasik Rajlich, and he made Rybka. And
He
I think
made
that
it.
this, because do you know what Rybka means?
No, I didn't know it
It's a
had a
Polish
meaning.
word. It's a Polish
Okay.
word, and it means little fish.
Oh, okay. Did he? Wait, you're telling me that stockfish is also like related to that or no?
I have no idea
Okay.
why stockfish is named stockfish, but Rybka, and as I remember, he was calling his wife like that.
He called his
That's why.
wife the little fish.
Yes.
Oh my word, that's incredible. Okay, so chat, this is just the start of a chess documentary that will be created very, very soon and then released in cinemas near you. Oh, yes,
This is what
Minesweeper, I
I
remember
read
as well.
somewhere, so I hope that's correct.
Yeah, we should fact check,
But
but I like
at
to
least,
believe that that's true.
yeah, at least some things are surely correct. Rybka means little fish, and
That's
he is
cool.
living in Poland. Yeah, and
Okay. Yeah, I'm just going to use that word whenever I feel like I need to so that no one knows what I'm talking about and be like, you're being such a Ripka right now. Yeah, and then no one will actually understand what I mean. Yeah, I'm looking at this idea of playing like bishop f6 because if bishop takes, rook takes, and now you're threatening mate, but maybe
yeah.
that's a little bit too far-fetched.
I think it's good because although it's very difficult to calculate everything, but it's so easy to lose the h pawn then,
Mm,
because otherwise how white can win, right? If you don't trade those bishops, what do you do? Like you cannot create threats. Okay, maybe you can go g4, but then your pawns are still not going that fast,
mhm.
and the pawn on a3 can fall, so you don't want this. So
Yeah, I
bishop,
also
bishop.
wanted to make things complicated for black just because, yeah, I mean, he's really low on time, and yeah, maybe that is a good idea to just keep the pieces on the board instead.
Hmm.
Or
But
what?
then, okay, you cannot take on a3 right now because bishop f6 still.
Hmm.
Uh, yeah, but there is rook g7.
Okay,
Yes,
but now you're capturing, and I guess king takes and you're capturing here on h5 with check, king g6, and you have another check, and maybe you could save the pawn.
but can you like?
Can you?
Can you?
I don't
Can
know. Let's see.
because how can you save
Oh,
your
yeah,
king?
no, that's a really good question.
King f7 is good one. Yeah.
Mm,
So you have 3 against 2, but doesn't matter, right?
it's on the
Like,
board. Well spotted.
oh
Is
yeah,
it
rook g7.
possible then to... No, that doesn't work either. I wanted to play... Yeah, no, that
Hmm.
doesn't work.
Hmm. You see, the knight is very slow. Knight didn't have time to take on h5, but even if it does, it will be very slow. And black's pawns, even though only 2, will be more dangerous.
Hmm.
Mm, because 2 bishops are just supporting more squares, and the knight has special problems to fight on both wings.
That is a
So
problem. Knight can't fly from one side to another. Has to gallop its way there.
yeah, so
Uh,
maybe this game needs to end in a draw, like rook f8
oh,
check,
go back and
and
forth. Like, boop,
yes,
boop, boop, boop. Mm.
that's what may happen, because okay, of course there are, you can go rook, I don't know, somewhere and then take on h5, but it's a risk. It's a risk. Then the question is if he wants to take some risk.
That's true. I suppose he doesn't also have to go check. He could move
Yes,
somewhere else.
like rook f4, let's say, but then bishop a3. Ah, okay, there's still bishop f6. Okay, so maybe rook f4 is because after rook f4, black needs to go with the rook somewhere,
Mm,
somewhere. Question is where,
you can't go
or with the
back.
king. Yeah. Mm. You don't
Um,
want to go back because that's not very active square. Mm.
because I was thinking like once the rook moves, you could play a4, saving the pawn,
Mm.
but then maybe there's b4. Just gonna mute myself until the dogs stop crying.
Mm. Okay, for now they are repeating. Um, Logical to repeat, but hmm.
Yeah, grandmasters always repeat twice before deciding whether it's a good idea to draw or not.
Yeah, that makes sense. Hmm. Okay, maybe he will play on, but we will see. For now, it's good to repeat just to show who is the boss and
So it's a
show
power
your opponent
move. I always wondered.
to show that okay, if I can have a draw if I want, but
Balls in
maybe
my court. I'm the boss now. I'm the captain
yeah.
now. Yeah. Okay,
Hmm.
so board number 8 between Sugar and Setsu. Sugar was showing some strength, no? I mean, if we look back, there was a chance for Black to do some things. What happened to
Hmm.
that? If we just go back
Yeah,
quite a
I
bit.
think a lot has happened.
Right, so we had this
Yeah,
position.
such a good position, right? Like
Mm.
I kind of felt like black cannot lose.
And Rook a5 was played. Rook a5 was
Yes.
found.
So what happened? What happened? Like,
Queen takes.
oh, oh,
Bishop f4. Okay, but you win the pawn. Uh-huh, you didn't take the pawn. e5 was played,
hmm.
and you didn't take the pawn. Should you take the pawn here?
I think so, or at least this rook a4 idea. I mean, basically, you don't want the a pawn to start running, right?
Somehow it
So
suggests that rook b8 was actually the idea to
hmm,
maintain that advantage, but I'm not sure why.
no, it's difficult to make moves as white. Then, yeah, actually, rook b8 is very smart because you want to go rook b2, for example, rook b3, because you don't want to take on a3 with the knight. Mm, it, it's slow. So
Mm,
knight on c4 is perfect. This okay. This is what I want to highlight. Knight on c4 is perfect. Rook on a5 is great because it stops the a pawn. It keeps the pressure. You can always take it and never be worse. Rook on c8 is good, but actually it can be better. Yeah, that's why rook b8 is the
mm.
best. Yeah. So
Activity
you,
over
you
material.
yes, you improve your worst placed piece, even though seemingly rook on c8 cannot we cannot say it's like terrible. But if you want to like win, you need to go into the position. Yeah, so we need to create threats. Rook on c8 is not creating any threats. And yeah, activity is very important. Although the material, as I said, you can always take it. Like if you have a rook on a5, you can all the a pawn is just gone.
Mm.
The question is when. And after the move rook b5, which happened in the game, as I understand, then white's a pawn started running, and that's that creates some yeah something which should not happen. Yeah. So you
Yeah,
see, the e pawn was not that relevant. Okay, he even won the pawn, but
the
somehow
evaluation is just going up and down, and I'm failing to understand once again. But it seems like castling wasn't the best suggestion as per the engine,
mm,
because castling will just lead to knight takes, and after bishop e3, something like what is it saying? Rook a5 again, rook back to a5.
yeah.
Mm.
Mm.
But then rook takes and a4. Oh, and you can't go rook a5 now. Why not? Or just bishop e6?
Yeah, and then just lock this rook.
Mm.
Mm.
Rook b2 and then offering a trade, and the back rank becomes a bit of a problem.
See, like,
Mm.
so this is not thinking about the opponent's ideas, right? Like black has such a beautiful position, such a control, the position that I call such positions that you can't lose, although I know that that's not
It's
true.
I
And
understand.
I have
Yeah.
been proved many times that I shouldn't tell such things. But this is the feeling you have. Like you have all the control. How can you lose it? But then, of course, things are happening. But the reason why things are happening are because you sometimes forget about opponent's ideas and
Mm.
not thinking about the a pawn, like the a pawn, which I said, like it's gone. It's could have been even taken.
It has seen better days.
Yeah. Now the a pawn is the star.
The
Yeah.
star of the show. Yeah, this is hard for me to wrap my head around because now, of course, I think there's a sort of obligation for black to give up the knight, I think,
Mm,
and still try to fight that way. What else can black do? Probably come back, but now you're losing some pawns
yeah.
potentially.
The g pawn is still alive, and that makes all the difference, right? Like
Yeah, it hasn't moved yet. It's like the powerhouse of this position.
yeah.
Yeah, let me come back. Just following what the lines are suggesting here. And now rook h6, and somehow it's all just collapsing. Like, despite
Like,
knight takes
like,
rook
yeah, because
h7.
here we can always exchange everything. Go to the
Oh,
pawn.
right. This is
This is the
true.
this is the
You can
always
nom. Yeah, and that's it.
here
Yeah.
even I win a piece, right? But
Hmm.
if you go king b8 or somewhere, or king a6, or just exchange everything and pawn endgame is lost.
That is not ideal, but very, very well played. I mean, that was a crazy comeback. That was some recovery, I would say. Very, very strong play. And we were discussing if Sugar loses a game, does that make his opponent salt? Or does it make him something like a lemon, which is bitter? Yeah, it's a bad joke.
Yeah, and on the game 9, we have missed the score, right?
I think so.
Yes. Yeah,
We
it's
did.
it's well here. Let's go back to the position. Is that the
Mm,
one?
we
Oh yeah,
saw.
it was the one where it was the one where we criticized the queen c5 on move 17
Mm-hmm.
because that was like totally unnecessary.
Oh,
Queen
wanting to
c5.
trade. Yeah, and I was
Yeah.
thinking about bishop d4 and so on, but just knight d4 it seems was played.
Yes, and the knight
Do we
d4 and
like
the
knight
queen on
d4?
c5 was not.
Hmm.
Yeah, bishop d4 certainly could have been also fine. Like, I mean, sometimes it doesn't matter which move is the best from let's say black's perspective. It's clear that after bishop d4, the queen c5 doesn't make much sense. Then we don't even need to cover knight d4. Okay, from white's perspective, of course, we consider both options.
Hmm.
So yeah, things started going wrong.
Was this
Bishop
just?
c3.
Hang on, what's happening? This is like apparently a huge blunder from equality
Hmm.
to something crazy. Yeah. Hmm. Okay.
Hmm. Yeah, but also white's 20th move, bishop a3, was not that accurate, right?
Bishop a3.
Bishop a3 was
Yeah.
not necessary, right? Like f4 was a good move, I see. Like f instead of bishop a3, f4.
Oh, right. Okay, stopping any.
And then 5 ideas and so on, it's all there.
Mm.
And like, I mean, white wanted to play e5. Yeah. But if black goes e5, then okay, it's a question. What is this?
Big question mark.
But I, yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Tricky.
Wow. Okay, so giving the
But
exchange, but
anyway, here. Mhm.
it's better for white because the pawn on
Yeah, because
f7.
the f7 pawn is worth a lot.
It's worth the game. Oh,
Yeah,
wow. Okay, and this is resignation, because how do you stop mate?
I
Mm,
mean, you have to give up a piece, and that's just game over. So
yep,
yeah,
totally.
the queen on a5 too far away, and it's
So queen
yeah,
c5
typical.
led to the queen being misplaced.
Yeah, it was totally uncalled for to move the queen from c7. The queen belongs to c7. Hmm.
Okay, that's good to know. And structures like that. Was this also the game we spoke about, the book about the pawn structure that you were going to write?
Yeah,
Okay. All right, so board number 10, we looked at this one already. There was a result.
I
Ramazan
sparkle,
won, and Nikita won on board 11 against Roman Kazan. So this was just capitalizing on that being an exchange up.
and
Mm,
having so much more time, right? That was the case,
true,
right?
right. So
There was,
Roman,
there was even bigger difference in time difference, right? Some
very
moves
true.
ago.
It was something like 50 minutes where he thought like 30 minutes on rook d8 and so on.
Yes. Mm.
Yeah, unfortunately. Unfortunately, that was the case. But shall we stick to the games that are still going? Because I think the one on board 7, uh,
Yeah.
yeah, they're both having 1 minute on the clock right now.
Yes, yes, yes. So let's. Wow. Yeah. Let's. I think. Yeah, yeah. Because the game on number 8, I don't think we. I think it will end soon, and there's nothing to add. This is just uh, Black can resign. So board number 7 is something we need to watch out. And actually, so why didn't want to repeat? Why didn't want to make a draw? Why it really wanted uh, us to see more? And things are happening. Wow, it's hard to say what's there because uh, there are a lot of tactics there, right?
Yeah, he's
And
reaping the rewards of not repeating moves again. I mean, if we come back just to that position where they were playing rook g8, rook f8, um, so they repeated. Did they repeat
but
twice? Yeah, they did. Repeated twice and then
yeah,
went.
but then White didn't want to repeat, and that was correct. White was the one who is boss.
What is rook f6 exactly?
I'm just threatening knight h5 and claiming that you cannot take on f6 because if you take on f6, then you are not never taking the pawn on a3. Yeah, saying like this.
Okay, humor me. Let's just do this. King g8. Or even here, maybe.
And then the question is how fast those pawns are, right?
Okay, maybe the knight comes back or the king catches up in
Yeah, I
time.
think so because there will be only one pawn to stop.
Hmm.
But of course, it's not easy to calculate, evaluate, like be sure about this.
It's such
Those
a
pawns are
fancy
so.
move, though. I mean, we're speaking about how fancy of a move you can make, and he spent an entire minute looking at this rook f6, being like, what in the heck is this? But it worked, and he spent even more time. So,
Mm,
wow. All right. So he
yeah, okay, but
managed.
let's see the live board because there is something happening. Like there are some tactics, mm, like
Oh,
check check, just
okay.
winning the exchange, and that's it. Seems to be.
So a little bit of
Yeah.
calculation, and it's just an exchange on a pawn.
Mm,
The pawns still look dangerous, not gonna lie. But is it enough?
mm, not really, not really.
Mm-mm.
Like white has so many pawns. The king, black's king is also not great. There could okay, not sure if mating threats are possible, but okay, we can just push the h pawn, right? Like h5, h6, h7,
True.
then
But then
so
how?
quick.
Okay, so could we play a
Go
couple
h5,
moves? Okay,
h5.
I'm gonna leave it up to you. I think we'll be able to see the moves you make here.
Mm, yeah, but basically, white should go with the h pawn, and that's all, right?
A3. h6. Oh, wait, you can't actually because of, yeah, that diagonal at the end. So maybe I'm gonna go b4,
Yeah,
but
but then
it's just too
it's too
fast.
slow. Too slow. Yeah.
You'd have to take.
Yeah, but then I have bishop g7, and
Mm.
mm, that's just game over. Completely game over. Mm.
But if the h pawn wasn't on the board, then maybe things would be a little bit different.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It would be. I don't know even then. What would it be? Maybe black would be. Very.
We should set up a position and see what's happening. Go b4 is on the board, but yeah, he could just continue to push without
But the
really
H
much
pawn.
consideration. Say
Yeah,
that again.
just H pawn just goes, and that's all. Sometimes it's problematic to win those winning positions where you need to coordinate, somehow calculate. There are like pawn races, and here, okay, it is in some sense a race, but you can just go. Okay, bishop d2. Okay, it's possible because after b3 you have some bishop c3 or something.
Mm-hmm. Bishop d2
And then the
granted.
pawns are not really going anywhere. But I really like the H pawn going. I really prefer that. But okay, bishop d2, good enough.
Yeah, nice continuation by the white pieces by Srihari, who will probably convert this against Sergey. I mean, touch wood, no jinxing over here. And we do have a result on board 8, by the way. So Setioman managed to win that game against Sugar. What a comeback, especially given, the position we saw earlier on in the middle game. The other games that are still going on, shall we take a look? I think there are two more. One on board
Mhm.
20, which we haven't actually seen, but this is just 3 pawns. And hang on, why is it showing equal exactly? Oh, my gosh, what is, wait, what happened?
Yeah, this is just a transposition to a draw, right? Or what?
He's
Or
3 pawns up and he's,
but why? Like, why did he do it? Ah,
I was thinking maybe he wants to play like this and then d5. Just blocking the bishop for a bit and then hoping that the h pawn was going to succeed. But
maybe okay. Like, if you asked me, then I wouldn't be like able to instantly tell the evaluation.
mhm.
So
Was
mm,
there
maybe
threat?
he thought it's winning. Okay, usually players don't want to lose. This is the first thing. So here he knows. Okay, he never loses, and
Okay.
then maybe it's winning or maybe not. But
Oh,
mm,
okay.
that's the logic.
So like a freak
But
out. I've got a minute and a half. I don't want to lose. Plus, if he
yes,
loses on time, it's still a draw.
but then if he is checking the evaluation, so on, he will be kicking himself. Oh, why did I trade?
Yeah, maybe there's a checkmating threat, or there's like a check. Because the thing is, queen. I mean, practically speaking, there's queen h1,
Yeah, also the
and
bishop on b2 is hanging, right? So,
yeah, how do
but
you?
he could move this bishop somewhere, let's say bishop e5, and
Okay, bishop
okay,
e5, queen h1, and maybe he wasn't seeing a way for his king to escape. King
yeah, just
g3.
king to h4, g3 and h4. Like, you will never get
Hmm.
mate.
So like queen g1, king h4, queen
And just bishop
f2, and
e3.
bishop here.
Yeah,
And you're saying to your opponent, listen, there's nothing for you anymore. But actually, there's something else. Queen g3 instead. All right,
yeah,
we
maybe queen
maintain.
g3 is better. Yeah,
And
yeah,
there's no
queen g3
check.
is better.
So maybe with.
No more checks, and now you have to trade. And I'm sure that it's easy to see that the bishop is stronger than the pawn on g7, right?
Yeah, I mean, I
So this
hope.
is this is winning, I guess, right? Like
Yeah.
the, this version, because if even black manages to give bishop for white's two pawns, there is a correct corner. So
Precisely.
yeah,
Precisely, yeah.
so
So we can probably just look at the live until the end. I'm also just gonna let you know that there is a result on board. Yeah, Sirhari managed to win this game on board 7 against Sergey. So we see a result. And now we're checking out this one. I want to see if he's able to still win this though. Oh,
mhm.
wait. Is this something? The engine
Mm,
said something to me. It whispered sweet words.
hmm. That actually was not so simple, right? So you see, so maybe at the end, White's strategy to
Yeah.
play like, at least a draw, and maybe it will be winning or not. Okay.
I wonder if after the game he's gonna, without looking at the engine yet, he'll be like, wait, this was all genius. It was part of my genius. It worked. And lo and behold, it just managed to be that black played incorrectly. But I mean, as you mentioned, it's not that simple. It would have been very difficult to find a draw. What was the drawing move? King f6, apparently. Just
Yeah,
keeping the king.
the thing is that probably okay, surely the black king should have been more active,
Hmm.
but it's tricky because at some point it's very difficult for the bishop to control both diagonals. That's the problem because sometimes it's easy to hold on even three pawns if everything is on the same diagonal, but if there are like two, mm, yeah, so it was a draw for black, but not an easy one. Not an
Mm-hmm.
easy one for sure. And as I understand, like should have like kind of waited and so on.
Mm-hmm.
Like keep the king somewhere in the middle and this and that. But not an easy thing. Not an easy thing.
Indeed. So we might
Yeah.
actually
Okay,
see
just
what. Mhm. Sorry, go ahead.
mm, okay. One idea what I think what Black should have thought because maybe we can move back a little
Mm,
bit.
sure.
Like when Black played King G6, when did I think this was wrong.
Okay, King G6.
Like instead of King G6, King F6 should have been played.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, King G6 was not losing, but it was already showing a wrong technique. Now let's say King F4 because we don't want Black King to go to E4, E5, D4. Now Bishop G2, H4. And now, as I understand, the logic is like this. Okay, Bishop F1 can be played, but even if we, let's say, lose the tempo, go Bishop H3, doesn't have to be the best move. But the thing is, like now, if you go D4 as white, let's say, Bishop F1, C5, Bishop G2. I think
Hmm.
this is the position I wanted to highlight that
Okay.
mm, that this kind of position will be very difficult for white to make progress.
Right.
Like
No
even
entry
though
squares.
white pushed, even the pawn can go to h5 and so on. But the thing is, you will not go to h6. I will always catch this, and then in the meantime, it's a question. Yeah, if I can. Yeah, although even this position I'm looking, it's not that fully simple that it's a draw, right?
Yeah, I mean, at
Because
least the point is that the king, the black king, is not locked out. I mean, coming back, because in the live position you can see on the left there, with chat as well. Um, I mean, the king is not making any progress to the g file and so on to stop these pawns. So
mm,
white.
yeah, but here we need to. Yeah, this is very tricky. Okay, I'm just clicking. Like let's say h5.
Oh, sorry, I'm following what you're saying. Yes, in
Like
this.
h5 bishop somewhere is h6, and this is the thing. I was like, you cannot go still king g6 because
Hmm.
king e5 and those two pawns will beat the bishop. So to make a draw here, you gotta be still very careful. So you go bishop g2, and only if h7 you go king g7, and apparently
Oh, then
then
you're fast enough to come back.
yeah. Um, or maybe bishop c6 was not very technical. Let's say bishop. I think yeah, bishop h1. Um, okay, very tricky. Yeah, very tricky. It's a difficult position. I know it's a theoretical one.
Okay.
How the bishop fights against two pawns,
Yeah.
but yeah, even here after h6, you still have to go bishop g2. You don't go king g6. Yeah.
Hmm.
Hmm.
You have to wait.
Yes, yes, yes.
Oof, but to
And
know these end
then
games.
it's a draw. Like if the we can maybe show how to make a draw here.
Sure.
Like bishop d2. Let's go this h7, king g7, king e5. Yeah, king h7. Let's say d5. Yeah, king g7. Then
King e6, I
uh,
think. Just trying
like
to keep the
yeah,
king
like
out. King f8.
d6, yes, d6, but then king f8. Yeah, and we are just in time to make a draw.
Oh wow, like the timing is crazy. And then
Mm,
you rely on this like check with bishop h3, king
yes,
d6,
and
and so
then
on.
also maybe we should have a brief look what happens at the position like 59 move bishop h1 h6. Why bishop g2 was the only move?
Oh sure.
Yeah, so
Mm.
we can really learn a lot from it.
Oh, because if you move the king, then either the pawn goes or the king goes.
Like king e5, then king takes h6, like king g6, king e5, king h6, d5, and it's a difference now that we are not
Mine's
in
not in
time.
time. Hmm.
Just one tempo short.
Ouch. Because you got king e6 here, king f8.
Yes, six. Yes, yes.
It's a little bit different because you have oh, you have d6.
You don't have a check on h3 at the end.
Oh, right. Oh my gosh, you have to
Yeah,
play. Why do you have to play d6 here?
yeah, yeah. So not an easy one, not an
No,
easy ending, right?
not a chance.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I mean, I know there are some players, not necessarily grandmasters, who master this kind of
Hmm.
end games and they know it. But for a practical player, how often do you see such end games, right?
Not often, and it's really nice because it's also instructive. Because you have these endings maybe in some endgame books, but it's always nice to see how they got there. And here is a prime example. And just the other board that was the last one to finish here was a draw between Kumolyun, Kumoyun and Maximilian. Yeah, which I think that also brings us to the end of all the games. All the games have finished
Mm,
up. Yeah, but we can maybe briefly just take a look at the current standings after this round. Also, thank you so much for highlighting these instructive moments. I feel like myself included and chat, we've all learned a little something today.
yeah,
And
I learned also. Like, yeah, that's the beauty of following games live. I know, like watching whole classical games, it's not easy. It takes a lot of hours, but I hope that our viewers enjoyed it. And even if they didn't watch like whole round, there's yeah, a lot of games, lot of different topics. So
indeed, I really, really like that. Should we also take a look at the regulations for a second? Because I realized we spoke about this just before going live, yet we hadn't actually spoken about the prize fund or anything like that. But a big shout out to the sponsor of the event, or one of the sponsors at least, which is Freedom Holding Corporation, and how big the prize fund is too. I think it's $100,000 for the entire tournament. And if we just highlight the masters section alone, we can take a look at the first prize, which is $18,000. It's a lot of money. A lot of
yeah,
money,
but
Piotr.
not easy to win.
Not at all. I mean,
No.
2,400 plus, you have to be that alone to just compete in that section. So, um, yeah, I mean, then best female, $1,000 in the masters section, and second place 14,000, third place 10,000, and so on. Um, but yeah, I think even looking at the challenges section, $4,000 for first prize. It's a big prize.
Hmm. Maybe next year I should find some time and if my
Yes.
rating is not going above 2400, uh, then maybe it would be good chance to win the challenger.
Exactly. I mean, there are three sections, so even if you are under 1900, you can still compete in the open. So it's nice to see that they've implemented something like this, and I don't think it's the first year that they've done it. Maybe they'll have it again next year, which will be super. Maybe I'll join you in that. We'll race our way to 2400 so we can both play in the Masters section. Piotr, what do you think? That's a good plan.
Yeah, let's work on it.
Let's work on it. I like it. I'm going to refresh chess results because I think we'll have the standings. So in the lead, we have Alexei Grebnev with 5 points. And
Mm.
sharing second place, Mital Aditya, 4.5, Bassem Amin, 4.5, and Sapar Mirat. I'm always going to struggle from Turkmenistan, also on 4.5 over there. And just from the games today, what is your prediction? Who do you think is going to win the entire tournament?
Mm. Yeah, I think like Amin is a very strong player, but he's not like now in the is not the top. So it's very difficult. But I think Aditya Mittal, I saw him many years ago when he was very little kid, and he was already a very strong player. And okay, that's probably very easy to tell that there's so many strong Indian players,
That's true.
and there's so many good of the strong like every little kid can play so well there. So maybe Aditya Mittal will win the tournament. That if I had to bet my money, this would be my bet.
That's a very, very brave prediction, and maybe I'll actually join you on that. I think that he's been playing really well. Or Ayush, I also really admired his play this tournament. But I think you're right there about the Indian players. They've just, I'm sure there's something in the water, or maybe they're just born with this sort of prowess that they're really, really, really strong. I don't know what's going on, but we
I
need
think
to
there are a
jump
lot
on
of
board.
things around it. Like first of all, they have very good role models. Like
Mm.
Vishyana, he was actually the first grandmaster in India, and so
He
and
was?
such a
I didn't even know that.
yeah, I think he was the first one.
That's cool. He set the
Yeah,
stage.
but even in the like 90s, um, I think India had less grandmasters than Poland had, or maybe it
Mm.
was like similar number, but they didn't have many grandmasters back then.
Okay.
Maybe had like 10 or something. Now they have more than
More than
80
100?
or maybe
I don't
like
know.
maybe close to 100. I think more than 80 for sure,
Yeah. Oh,
but
yes. I remember they were talking about Divya becoming the 88th or maybe 88th
yeah, something
Grandmaster.
like
Yeah.
this. Yeah. Yes. So
88.
that and there is a big support, like the government or some companies. I don't know exactly how it works, but I know that like it's very like supportive environment, and I know like it's not very easy for everyone to travel to for tournaments,
Mm.
but still many of them are still coming and playing. And actually in Europe, there are so many tournaments where you have so many Indian players.
It's true. Yeah.
Yeah, so they are really like invested into it. I think more than many other nations. So that's why they have results. So
I agree with you there. And yeah, the support is just uncanny. We've seen a lot of times where maybe a organization or a country has pulled out of a bid last minute to host a tournament, and India will swoop in and just take over the organization. And it's amazing to see so many um, yeah, so many sponsors just being readily available to the chess players and the chess events and stuff like that. So big ups to Team India
and
over there.
also, let's not forget that India is such a big country, right? So,
A
so
lot of
that
people.
also, I think, statistically helps them that if they really push for something, they can bring so many grandmasters.
It's true. It's just the numbers. It's like statistics. Yeah, you can't fight with numbers. But thank you so much, Piotr. I think this is also the last time that we'll see you this tournament. I'm
Yeah,
not
I think
sure.
so. Yeah, I need
Oh,
to get back to work in
oh.
the days, but I'm really happy that I could join you today and spend this Saturday watching chess and yeah, never enough of chess.
Yeah, honestly, it was such an honor meeting you and working with you today. So thank you so much for making time. And I think this is also the end of the stream chat, and we will see you for round number, and let's get this right, round number 7. Round number 7 tomorrow. So stay tuned, and same time, same place. And yeah, see you tomorrow, everyone. Bye bye.
Thank you.